Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 42nd edition of the Lime Rock Historics. Happy to see that some of the Lime Rock faithful are already finding their favorite spots on the infield spectator hillside area, as we expect to have cars on track in just about 5 minutes. And we will give you a rundown of the full day's schedule in just a little bit further along in the proceedings. But first, we'd like to salute our partners for the 2024 season, including FCP Euro, Delamar Hotels, NBT Bank, Miller Motor Cars, Mazda of Milford, Sports Car Driving Association, Connecticut Business Systems, a Xerox company, VP Racing Fuels, Pelote, Spectro Performance Oils, Hummel Brothers Hot Dogs, Pepsi, the Great Falls Brewing Company, Brewers of Lime Rock Lager, Haggerty, Thule, Road and Track Magazine, B-Works, Sotheby's, iHeartRadio, Connecticut Seal Coating, A. Verde Storage and Office Solutions, the Skip Barber Racing School, Toyo Tires, MoheganSunCasino.com, Hemmings.com, and Marshall McLennan. Thanks to all of those partners for supporting us during the 2024 season. Let's give you a quick rundown on the schedule. We will have a series of practice and qualifying sessions for our 9 race groups, and we'll be rolling the first of those groups out in just about 4 minutes at 10 a.m. That will be the Jim Haynes Memorial for Formula Juniors, followed at 10:25 by our air-cooled Porsche 911s and IMSA GTU cars. 10:50 a.m., the pre-1940 and post-1940 sports cars. 11:15, GT sports cars over 2 liters and sports racing cars. 11:40 will be our tin tops, the IMSA RS and under 2.5 liter sedans. Mid-century GT and sports cars under 2 liters come out at 12:05. 12:30 will be our Toyo Turn of the Century World Challenge, the feature cars for the 42nd edition of the Lime Rock Historics. And following the conclusion of the World Challenge practice session, we'll go on lunch break at 12:55. Resume action at 1:30 with our Wings, Slicks, and Formula Ford group. Big bore production cars round out the race groups for this weekend, and they will be on track at 1:55. And then at 2:20, we will go back to the top of the order with the second and final practice session of the day for the Formula Juniors. We also want to take this opportunity to welcome those of you joining us on our live stream broadcast. We will be bringing you coverage throughout the weekend, not only all of the action on the track here at Lime Rock Park, but our Sunday Concours d'Elegance and Sunday in the Park program. Also, we'll have live stream coverage Sunday beginning at 10 a.m. So welcome to all of you from around the world joining us for the 42nd edition of the Lime Rock Historics. And for those of you who are on the live stream broadcast, we will be providing access to our souvenir program for the event so that you will be able to keep track of the event schedule, as well as have a complete entry list for all of the participants, not only in the racing portion of our program, but also for the Concours d'Elegance. A number of special announcements coming this weekend. Actually, one of them came earlier in the weekend. On Thursday, it was announced that the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series will visit Lime Rock Park in 2025. Lime Rock Park has had a long association with NASCAR through the NASCAR Busch North Series and the Whelen Modified Series. And for the first time in 2025, a national touring series from NASCAR will make its visit here. Last weekend of June will be the date for the first appearance of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series here at Lime Rock Park. And more information about that event will be available on our worldwide website, www.limerock.com. Also, be sure to join us during the lunch break on Saturday for a special pre-race ceremony in pit lane that will include a special Year of Skip announcement as we honor Skip Barber, the longtime custodian of the facility here at Lime Rock Park, and that will be taking place at the base of the tower during our Saturday lunch break. We also want to welcome Peter Cunningham, 14-time World Challenge champion. He will be doing an autograph session at the Toyo Tires booth in the Midway area Saturday from 10 until 10:30, so don't miss your opportunity to meet Peter as he returns to Lime Rock Park for the Toyo Tires Turn of the Century World Challenge Group, featured here at the 42nd edition of the Lime Rock Historics. And if you'd like to get a look at those World Challenge Acuras, they are located in the lower portion of the paddock area, almost across from our infield care center. So be sure to stop down and see all of the Acuras that are here as part of our World Challenge exhibit, and our thanks to Peter Cunningham and Toyo Tires for making that possible. Also, a special welcome to Ross Myers, our honored collector for the weekend. Mr. Myers has brought an extensive collection of Ford products that are on display directly behind the start-finish building here at Lime Rock Park. So we hope that you will avail yourself of the opportunity to see these unique cars as they make their first visit to Lime Rock Park. Some cars down there with some Lime Rock connection. 1967 Mercury Cougar Trans Am car, similar to the car that Peter Revson drove to victory in the first Trans Am race hosted at Lime Rock Park back in 1967. And then one of the Boss 302 Ford Mustangs, similar to the car that Parnell E. Jones drove to victory in the Trans Am Series here in 1970. Also, the unique Battlebird, the road racing version of the early Ford Thunderbird, another highlight of the Ross Myers collection, which is located directly behind the Skip Barber Tower here at Lime Rock Park. We're happy to provide a virtual program as a souvenir for this weekend. There are placards around the facility with a QR code. If you scan that into the phone, that will give you your online copy of the Daily Rev with information about all of the activities that will be going on here this weekend, complete entry list, weekend schedule, and much more. And there's just another feature that we are happy to bring you here for the 42nd edition of the Lime Rock Historics. Taking a look down towards the grid area, we see that the start engine signal has been given for the Formula Juniors. So they will be rolling out onto the track momentarily. This is part of the Jim Haynes Memorial Program, named in honor of the longtime Lime Rock promoter and 1963 Sports Car Club of America Formula Junior National Champion. Strong entry of 20 Formula Juniors ready to roll out for our first practice session. And the cars in this group actually span the history of Formula Junior from its inception in 1959 through its final season in 1964. Formula Juniors just now rolling down pit lane here at Lime Rock Park, ready to take on the challenge of the classic mile-and-a-half circuit. As we said, a good mix of early Formula Juniors, a number of the front-engine style Formula Juniors that were the pioneer cars in this class making a reappearance after an absence of several years, mixed in with the later model mid-engine cars from Lotus, Cooper, and Elva. Let's introduce the drivers to you by name and number. Car number 3 is a second-generation racer. This is Dominic Colasacco out of Greenwich, Connecticut, in car number 3. The car is a 1962 Ram Formula Junior. Robert Homke comes from Abilene, Texas with car number 4, a 1962 Cooper Type 59. Similar car for Art Hebert, longtime historics participant out of Bluebell, Pennsylvania in car number 8. Kyle Collins comes all the way from Redondo Beach, California with his 1960 Lotus 18. This will be car number 18. Longtime Lime Rock competitor and Goodwood favorite Joe Colasacco is in action in one of the front-engine cars. This is a 1960 Italian Oscar number 23. John Goodman is from Gladwin, Pennsylvania. He'll be in another of the Cooper Formula Juniors, number 24. Tom O'Grady, who does a lot of the organizing work for the Formula Junior contingent, hails from Spring, Texas. His car is a 1961 Elva, number 34. Jim Yulee from Springtown, Texas, is in a second example of the Elva Formula Juniors. This one of the front engine cars, a 1959 Elva Model 100, number 59. Bruce Revenaugh is from Horseshoe Bay, Texas, and another of the Lotus 18s, car number 60. Front engine Huffaker, number 91, is the ride this weekend for Richard Spritz out of Cherry Hills Village, Colorado. Longtime Lime Rock competitor Tom Grudovich returns with his number 94 entry, a 1960 Elva Formula Junior. Ralph Salomon is another of our Elva pilots, a former Chuck Dietrich car, the number 98 for Ralph Salomon out of Katona, New York. Peter Patterson hails from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in the 1959 Lotus 18, number 207. Former Mark Donahue Elva is car number 272, now owned and driven by Nick Gruel from Sanbornton, New Hampshire. Whit Smith from Washington, Connecticut has an Italian Stangulini. This is car number 576. Spencer Patterson hails from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The 1959 Lotus Formula Junior is car 577. Similar car for Joe Fuller out of Westport, Connecticut, number 612. Mitch Eitel driving multiple entries this weekend. He hails from Manhattan, and his car number 740 is another of our front-engine Oscars from 1959. And we round out the field with the number 800. This is Joshua Mitchell out of New Milford, Connecticut. The car is a 1960 Lotus 18. Single-seat open-wheel Formula Juniors leading off the program here for this weekend's presentation of the Lime Rock Historics, competing for the Jim Haynes Memorial Award, which will be part of our program on Monday here at Lime Rock Park. We hope during your visit with us you will also take the opportunity to visit our infield midway area. Some delicious aromas already coming from the food vendors who are located up there. They are just one of the many attractions in the midway area. A number of automotive-related vendors are in the midway area as well. So we hope that you'll stop and pay a visit to the infield midway during your visit with us here during Historics Weekend. Also, welcome to all of our swap meet vendors who are located down in the B Paddock area. That is the area adjacent to the downhill turn here at Lime Rock Park. Lime Rock Park would like to thank Miller Motor Cars for their participation in the 2024 racing season here at Lime Rock Park. Miller Motor Cars of Greenwich, Connecticut have been purveyors of fine motor cars since 1976, and they provide Lime Rock Park with the McLaren Artura pace car. Miller Motor Cars is the official dealer for Aston Martin, Ferrari, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, McLaren, Bugatti, Pagani, Maserati, and Alfa Romeo. To view their full lineup of brands and available inventory, visit them online at millermotorcars.com. At Lime Rock Park, the V stands for victory. VP Racing Fuels is the world leader in racing fuel technology, and VP is the official racing fuel of Lime Rock Park. The VP fueling station is Lime Rock's B Paddock, pumps 100 octane unleaded fuel, 110 octane leaded, as well as C12 for racing competitors. The V stands for victory. VP Racing Fuels, the official racing fuel of Lime Rock Park. We would like to remind all of you who are early arrivals here at the park that the paddock area will be open throughout the weekend. Your opportunity to come down and get a close-up look at all of the cars that make up the Lime Rock Historics. There's easy access to the paddock area by coming down off of the infield spectator hillside area with access gates adjacent to the restroom facility as well as across the patio deck at the base of the infield spectator hillside area. While you're in the paddock area, we want to remind you about a couple of simple safety rules. Please stay to the sides of the traffic lanes, as we will have cars moving between the pit area, paddock area, and the racetrack. And while you're welcome to look at the cars, we ask that you please don't touch them, especially when they come off of the racetrack. They may have a component that has a sharp edge on it or has gotten up to a high temperature. We would not want to have you incur a minor injury and have to visit our infield care center. So by following those two simple safety rules, stay to the sides of the traffic lanes and look but do not touch, you will be welcome in the paddock area for the entire duration of the Lime Rock Historics. Speaking of our infield care center, should you need to avail yourself of its services for any reason, it is the single-story gray building located at the exit to pit lane moving towards turn number 1. Should you need the services of the infield care center for any reason, simply contact a member of the Lime Rock Park security staff or our guest services personnel, and they will assist you in every way possible. Don't forget to visit the Barber Shop, our renamed souvenir and concession stand here at Lime Rock Park. Lime Rock branded merchandise is available there. They've got their sale rack out in front of the store as well. So if you're looking to outfit the kids for back to school, be sure to stop by and see all that they have available at the Barber Shop, the official souvenir store here at Lime Rock Park, located on the patio deck at the base of the infield spectator hillside area. Also, don't forget that Park Provisions is open with the Lime Rock Cafe in the center portion of the paddock area. Full breakfast menu now is available there. It's good food at good prices at the Lime Rock Cafe. Taking a look at some of the lap times that are coming in early in this first practice opportunity for the Formula Juniors. Robert Homke currently leading with a best lap time of 1 minute 2.738 in car number 4. Art Hebert second quickest at 1 minute 3.672, and then the front-engined Oscar for Joe Colasacco, number 23, third quickest at 1 minute 3.987. Fourth in the Lotus 18 of Joshua Mitchell, car number 800, 1 minute 4.353. And our second-generation racer in this group, Joe Colasacco's son Dominic, currently fifth quickest in the number 3, and that car turning a best lap time of 1 minute 4.690. If you'd like to follow along with live timing and scoring from each of our racing events, check out Race Monitor from your smartphone app store, whether you have an Apple operating system or an Android operating system. There is a version of Race Monitor available for you. An annual subscription is just $5, and you will be able to get live timing and scoring information, the same data that is used by all of the racing teams, right on your smartphone while you visit with us here at Lime Rock Park. Once again, that is called Race Monitor. It is available in both Android operating system and Apple operating system for your smartphone application. For those of you who are watching our live stream coverage via the Lime Rock Park website, if you look up in the right-hand corner of the screen, that is the QR code that you can scan to get your copy of our Daily Rev souvenir program for this event, with complete event information, including race entry, the full schedule of the weekend's activities, as well as some entertaining and informative articles about the World Challenge cars brought here by Peter Cunningham, as well as the cars of our featured collector, Mr. Ross Myers. Several of the cars in our Formula Junior group have a local connection to Lime Rock Park earlier in their history. As we mentioned earlier, the car that Nick Gruel is driving, the number 272 1961 Elva 300, originally raced by the late Mark Donohue early in his career, including SCCA regional and national events right here at Lime Rock Park. And Bruce Revenhaw's car, the number 60 Lotus 18, originally owned by Fred Stevenson, who was part of the Lotus importing group through Lotus Racing East and Lotus East, located in nearby Millerton, New York. First race as a Formula Junior by Fred Stevenson in the early 1960s. It was later converted to Formula C category competition and then returned to racing action in the late 80s in the vintage category. So our thanks to Bruce Revenhaw for bringing that historically significant Lotus back to Lime Rock Park and reliving some of the great racing adventures here by Fred Stevenson. Chuck Dietrich from the Midwest was a well-known Formula Junior racer during that category's heyday. And a number of former Dietrich cars are included in this group, including the number 34 for Tom O'Grady, the number 94 driven by Tom Grudovich, and Ralph Salomon's number 98 Elva 200, which was driven to a third-place finish at Silverstone in England in the 1960 Empire Trophy race by Chuck Dietrich. So thanks to the owners of the former Chuck Dietrich cars for providing us with that additional history in terms of their participation around the world in Formula Junior competition. The other car with an interesting background is the Richard Spritz front-engine Huffaker BMC, a Formula Junior built by Huffaker Engineering out on the west coast of the United States. And that car had an extensive California racing history at such well-known tracks as Laguna Seca, Riverside, as well as the Mother Lode Hill Climb, and temporary circuits at Stockton and Sacramento before it was revived for vintage racing beginning in the late 1970s. Just about 5 minutes remaining now in this first practice opportunity of the day for our Formula Junior competitors. They will be back in action as part of the afternoon portion of our program with their second and final appearance of the day coming up at 2:20 this afternoon. Cars for practice group number 2 are air-cooled Porsche 911s. Should be on their way to the grid area. Cars for practice group number 2 should be on their way to the grid. Porsche 911s will be next on track for the second practice session of the morning here at Lime Rock Park. FCP Euro is the official auto parts supplier of Lime Rock Park and has offered genuine OE, OEM, and aftermarket parts for European vehicles since 2001. But did you know that they offer much more than that? Head over to fcpeuro.com to find buyer's guides, DIYs, chassis breakdowns, and much more to keep your European ride running right. FCP Euro, the official auto parts supplier of Lime Rock Park. Checkered flag just coming down, conclusion of practice session number 1 for the Formula Juniors. And the Jim Haynes Memorial Group completing their first practice session of 2 on today's schedule. And as we mentioned, we will see these cars in action again at 2:20 this afternoon. So if you missed your favorite photo vantage point for these cars, you will get another opportunity coming up in the afternoon portion of today's program. Spectro Performance Oil is Lime Rock Park's preferred choice for motor oils. Spectro Oil provides unsurpassed strength and endurance to protect your engine against wear and tear with the highest levels of performance. We'd also like to thank our partners at NBT Bank for their support of this weekend's event, including sponsorship of yesterday's parade from Lime Rock Park to Falls Village. It was a fine time had by both participants and the spectators, and we want to thank NBT Bank for their continuing support not only of the lead-off event for the Lime Rock Historics, but their support throughout the 2024 racing season. MoheganSunCasino.com is the official online casino of Mohegan Sun. Play your favorite casino games in the palm of your hand anytime, anywhere in Connecticut. Stop by MoheganSunCasino.com tent, which is located in the Midway area, where the race isn't the only thrill, and you could walk away a winner. From automotive performance, vinyl wraps, and ceramic paint protection films, ACI Dynamics is your East Coast premier one-stop shop. They'll transfer your ride to make it just what you wanted. Need your car protected? Call ACI Dynamics. They have windshield and paint protection, as well as ceramic coating, or you can even change the color of your ride and let their vinyl wrap specialists make it extraordinary. Visit acidynamics.com to learn more. Delamar Hotels and Spas are pleased to sponsor Lime Rock Park and the historic Festival 42. As Connecticut's premier destination for unparalleled hospitality, we know a thing or two about elegance, history, and tradition. Spend a day relaxing at the spa, indulge in a decadent meal at our award-winning restaurants, or simply relax in the comfort of your well-appointed guest room. We look forward to welcoming you soon in Greenwich, Southport, West Hartford, or Traverse City, Michigan. Race group number 2 due out on track next. This will be our Porsche 911 contingent. Air-cooled Porsches from the 1960s and 70s. Porsche, of course, long associated with Lime Rock Park through their participation in the International Motorsports Association racing events here, as well as our past series connections with the American Le Mans Series and Grand Am Road Racing. One particular car has an extensive history in international racing that will be appearing in this upcoming group. This is the number 60. A 1997 Porsche 993 owned by Jason Hancock out of Greenwich, Connecticut. This was the Sony PlayStation car, competed in the Le Mans 24-hour race in 1997 and 1998. It also raced in the 1997 FIA GT Championship event at Suzuka in Japan. Porsche Parade making its way down pit lane towards the track here at Lime Rock Park. So let's meet the drivers in this, our second racing group of the weekend. Scott Bresnahan hails from Pulseville, Virginia. He is in a 1988 Porsche 911, car number 9. Jim Hamlin is from nearby Franconia, New Hampshire, a longtime Lime Rock Historics participant with his 1968 Porsche 911 ST number 18. John Munch is another of our local drivers from the New England states out of Portsmouth, Rhode Island. The car is a 1972 Porsche 911 number 35. Mike Piera is in his 1973 Porsche 911 RS, which is done up in the International Race of Champions livery. Car number 44 out of Newtown, Connecticut from Mike Piera. As we mentioned, Jason Hancock with the former Sony PlayStation Le Mans competitor Porsche. This is a 1997 Porsche 993. Jason Hancock's entry is car number 60. Christopher Turner hails from New Canaan, Connecticut. The car is a 1974 Porsche 911 number 74. Hans Warner is from Portland, Maine. The car is a 1973 Porsche 911 RSR number 77. Seamus Brown is in car number 83 out of New York City, 1970 Porsche 911 ST. David Dean comes from Catlett, Virginia, with his 1969 Porsche number 153. Jeff Nyblum, another of our longtime Porsche racers at the Lime Rock Historics, is in car number 249. This is a 1969 Porsche 911. David Hutchings is in the former Ray Walzer Porsche 911 RSR, car number 310, racing out of Danbury, Connecticut. Another of our local drivers from New Fairfield is David Lee. The car is a Porsche 911 RSR clone, number 500. Porsche 911 SC is the drive this weekend for Del Ore from Southport, Connecticut, number 521. John Coster hails from Canton, Connecticut. His Porsche 911 is number 573, a car built in 1978. Porsche 914-6 is the outlier in the field, the number 661 for Nader Fatui from Ringgoes, New Jersey. Ben Wallace is in the number 666, the 1981 Porsche 911 out of Ridgefield, Connecticut. Mike Jacobellis, a longtime Lime Rock participant and member of the Lime Rock Drivers Club, is in the Porsche 911S number 711. And Jim Scott, the veteran racer out of Woodbury, Connecticut, puts his Porsche 911 into the field as number 755. This is a 1973 Porsche 911. So those are the drivers competing in race group number 2, our Porsche 911 air-cooled category. taking a look at the early lap times that have been coming in. Mike Piera, quickest so far in the number 44 at 59.448. Jim Hamlin, the number 18, second quickest in the rundown, 1 minute 1.051. Dave Hutchings in car 310, currently third quickest, 1 minute 1.609. Del Ore, the number 521, is fourth quickest in this group at 1 minute 2.128. And Dave Lee rounds out the top five. He is in car number 500. Best lap time for David Lee, 1 minute 2.307. So that is a representation of lap times that you will see from our air-cooled Porsche contingent here in race group number 2. Mike Piera's car, the number 44. A little bit different paint scheme than we're accustomed to seeing on that car from years past. He actually had the livery on the car revised as part of the appearance of the International Race of Champions at our July Speed Tour event. The Porsche 911 was the car originally used in the inaugural year of the International Race of Champions. And so Mike had his Porsche redone as a tribute car to the original International Race of Champions, done up in the colors used by George Fulmer in that inaugural season. So a basic green paint scheme now, the feature on the number 44 Porsche of Mike Piera. The only Porsche 914-6 in this group, momentarily on pit lane. This is the number 661 for Nader Fatui from Ringgoes, New Jersey. Six-cylinder version of the mid-engine Porsche, introduced in the early 1970s. We're scheduled to have several of the four-cylinder Porsche 914s in one of our other upcoming groups. Unfortunately, one of the cars missing from that lineup is going to be Greg Ami, who usually competes with the number 33 Porsche. Unfortunately, Greg encountered some engine problems during the parade yesterday evening, and that has sidelined the car for the weekend. But if you would like to see an example of the four-cylinder racing version of the Porsche 914, you can stroll down through the paddock area. And in the area right by along the short chute, you'll see the red and yellow number 33 and Greg Ami's car still on display for the weekend, even though he's not able to compete with us in the 42nd edition of the Lime Rock Historics. Several of our competitors here in Group 2 already headed back to the paddock area. Mike Piera still posted with the fast time of the session at 59.448. Jim Hamlin, second quickest in the number 18 at 1 minute .127. Del Ore, third quickest in the number 521 at 1 minute .794. David Hutchings in the number 4 slot. That's car 310 at 1 minute 1.220. And Jeff Nyblum now rounding out the top 5 in the number 249 at 1 minute 1.915. Of course, these are just practice times. Drivers getting the cars and themselves dialed into the mile-and-a-half circuit here at Lime Rock Park. So we expect to see those lap times coming down just a little bit as we make our way through the day here in what is day number 2 of our 5-day festival for the 42nd edition of the Lime Rock Historics. As we said, kicking off yesterday evening with the annual parade from Lime Rock Park through the scenic roadways of northwestern Connecticut to the Village Green in Falls Village as our lead-off event. First day of practice and qualifying for these cars today. A full day of racing on tomorrow's program. Sunday, of course, the Concours d'Elegance along the Sam Posey straightaway as part of our Sunday in the Park program. And then we will round things out with the final day, day number 5 of the Lime Rock Historics, coming up here on Labor Day Monday. We'd like to thank all of you joining us, whether it is in person here at the racetrack or virtually via our live stream of this event. And again, welcome to our live stream audience watching from around the world, as we are honored to give you a glimpse of the 42nd edition of the Lime Rock Historics. And don't forget the QR code up in the right-hand corner of the screen, which provides you with access to the Daily Rev, our souvenir program for this event, with the full weekend schedule, entry list, as well as informative and entertaining articles that we are happy to provide to you to make you provide you with fuller participation, even though you are visiting us from the virtual world here for the Lime Rock Historic. So welcome to all of our live stream visitors, and we look forward to your comments on the program as we make our way through the weekend as well. Many of our campers this weekend are located in the vicinity of our infield circuit here at Lime Rock Park, the FCP Euro Proving Grounds. But we hope you'll come back and join us for events on the Proving Grounds during the 2024 season. The FCP Euro Proving Grounds is a 3/4 of a mile circuit with a fast and flowing autocross, as well as a 600-foot wide skid pad. And it will challenge drivers at every level. For more information on how you can get your car on track, visit us at provinggrounds.fcpeuro.com. And the FCP Euro Proving Grounds is the location for the Lakeville Summer Autocross Series. You can compete with your friends by participating in the advanced driver coaching or autocross lapping day on the FCP Euro Proving Grounds here at Lime Rock Park. And it's a great way for beginners to get an introduction to high-performance driving. So don't forget to visit us at the FCP Euro Proving Grounds. And for more information about that facility, their worldwide website is provinggrounds.fcpeuro.com. Lime Rock Park keeps getting sweeter this season as the facility has extended its partnership with the local honey provider, Beeworks LLC, to provide even more hives and honey for the 2024 season. Founded by New England native Dan Watkins, Beeworks is a honeybee service company that offers installation and maintenance of apiaries and pollinator land management services. You can learn more at beeworksllc.com. Swing into summer with a nice cold Pepsi, Lime Rock's official beverage. Stop into the Lime Rock Cafe for a delicious Pepsi product. And while you're down there, check out their full menu at the Lime Rock Cafe, located in the center portion of the paddock area. Final minutes of practice session number 1 now coming up for our cars in race group number 2, our air-cooled Porsche contingent. Race group number 3 should be on their way to the staging area. This will be our pre and immediate post 1940 automobiles. So cars in the pre-1940s and late 1940s making up the cars in our next group. Cars for race group number 3 should be on their way to the grid area. More activity along pit road. Jim Hamlin's number 18, the latest car to dip down onto pit lane. Looks as though they're checking tire pressures on the rear of the car. We'll see if he gets back out. Just a couple of minutes remaining. In fact, there is the checkered flag, so we have reached the conclusion of this practice session. So Hamlin won't get a chance to get back out on course to check out the adjustments they made. But looks as though it was a productive session nonetheless for Jim Hamlin, second quickest in practice session number 1 for our air-cooled Porsche group, with car number 18 getting down below the 1-minute mark late in the session. Best lap time for the number 18 of Jim Hamlin, 59.593. That is just a tenth of a second or so slower than the car with the quick time in the session, Mike Pierre's number 44, which had a best lap of 59.448. And those were the only two drivers that get down below the 1-minute mark. Del Ore, third quickest in the number 521 at 1 minute .303. Dave Hutchings in the 310 was fourth quickest, 1 minute 1.220. And Jeff Nybloom rounded out the top 5 in practice session number 1 at 1 minute 1.915. Next up on the program, our pre-1940 race group, pre-1940 and immediate late 1940s, I should say post-1940s cars, coming out for race group number 3, their first practice opportunity of the weekend coming up next. Quite a broad array of cars coming out for race group number 3. Lou Timolat from nearby Falls Village, Connecticut, former competitor in the IMSA RS series, also raced dirt tracks with the American Racing Driver Club, and was a helicopter traffic reporter for WABC in New York for many years. Timolat now residing, as we said, in the nearby Falls Village area. Has a pair of Offenhauser-powered A.J. Watson Indy cars. We're waiting to see whether he will bring out the upright car or the Watson Roadster for this upcoming practice session. Tom Clifford is out of Holliston, Massachusetts. The car is a 1929 Bugatti Type 37A. That will be car number 3. Doug Fisher's from Wakefield, Rhode Island. The car is a 1932 Ford K8 called the Windy City Special. This will be car number 10. John Oliva's from New London, Connecticut. The car is a Jabro H modified with a 750cc Crossley engine in it. Ed Metalman hails out of Snowmass Village, Colorado, with 1959 Alfa Romeo Giulietta Sprint number 19. Steve Francis with an unusual entry. This is a 1967 Gilbert Cheetah. It was only one of two built for the Indianapolis 500 in the late 1960s. This particular car was raced by Maston Gregory and then later owned by safety equipment manufacturer Bill Simpson. This will be the number 28, the Gilbert Cheetah for Steve Francis. Lester Nadell is in his Plymouth Speedster, a car built originally for dirt track racing in the 1930s, powered by a Plymouth power plant. This is car number 33. Peter Greenfield, longtime Lime Rock competitor, returns with his 1933 Alfa Romeo 2600 Monza, car number 41. George Pardee is out of Clearwater, Florida, with car number 66, a 1954 MGTF. Santos Spadaro has the famous PBX H-modified Topolino Fiat-based Crossley Special number 74, originally raced at Lime Rock Park on opening day by Candy Pool. George Holman brings the Stutz Special number 87 from Springfield, Massachusetts. Tom Walco's NSU Prinz sedan is car number 88. Richard Campbell with another of the Crossley H-modifieds. This is the car number 91. Lester McHugh returns to Lime Rock Historics out of St. Petersburg, Florida, with the Nash Healey number 108. Kurt Burns is in the number 283, a 1951 MGTD. Tom McCormick from Troy, New York, has the Lester-bodied MG number 302. Mike Barstow comes all the way from Napa, California, with his MGTD number 450. Ed Callow is in the MGTC number 452 out of Shelton, Connecticut, a car that was originally purchased by his father back in 1954 and has been in the family ever since. Car number 531 is the Volkswagen-powered Zinc Formula V for Frank Ditta. Richard Odgers is in the number 659, a 1957 Plus 4 Morgan. Kevin Clemens has yet another of the Jabro H-modified class cars with the Crossley four-cylinder engine. This is number 675. Chris Towner's Morgan Plus 4 out of Orleans, Massachusetts is number 746. Graham Scaife comes from Stony Brook on Long Island with the MGTD number 757. And Frank Filingeri rounds out the field with the number 928, the MGTD that he has been racing since the early 1980s. So that is our field of cars for race group number 3. Essentially pre-1940 and post-1940 sports cars. The H-modified class that we've been highlighting here in this group was a popular home builders category in Sports Car Club of America competition in the 1950s and 60s. And these four-cylinder Crossley-powered cars were among the most popular, both the Jabros, which were more... Jabro was a mass-produced kit car for H-modified, and then we had one-of-a-kind cars like the PBX Special that is driven this weekend by Santos Spadaro based on a Fiat Topolino. So it'll be interesting to see the H-modified contingent coming out here for practice session number 1 for race group number 3. Peter Greenfield's Alfa Romeo leading the cars out onto the racetrack, the number 41, the 1933 Alfa Romeo 2600 Monza. Number 28, Steve Francis, the Indianapolis-based Gilbert Cheetah, that competed in the Indianapolis 500 in 1968. pair of H-modified Jabros, the number 91 for Richard Campbell, and the number 675 for Kevin Clemens among the cars highlighted in this third race group of the day for the Lime Rock Historics for 2024. Well, it looks as though Lou Timolat has decided on the Offenhauser Roadster as his car of choice for this practice session. So we'll get a look at the Offenhauser-powered Indy Roadster making its way out onto the track, the car that dominated, the design that dominated the Indianapolis 500 in the 1950s into the early 1960s before the rear-engine revolution took over. So this an A.J. Watson-designed car for Lou Timolat. Car number 2 out of Falls Village, Connecticut, just now making his way through Big Bend onto the short chute headed towards the S's. The Roadster style design with the engine offset to the left of the car was an asset to the handling of this car at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with its 4 left-hand turns, but quite a bit of adjustment being needed on the car to adapt it for the mostly right-hand turn circuit here at Lime Rock Park. So Lou Timolat taking a very cautious lap or two to try and get the number 2 up to speed as he acclimates himself to the unique layout of Lime Rock Park and the conditions needed to adapt the number 2 Offenhauser Roadster to the racetrack. Tom Walko with the NSU 1000 sedan just now exiting pit lane. A little bit of smoke coming from the back of the car, air-cooled 4-cylinder 1000cc engine. This car raced in the SCCA D sedan category in the late 1960s. Hopefully Walko can resolve any of the engine difficulties there. It was looking a bit ominous with the smoke coming from the back of the car as he tried to get out of pit lane. So we'll see if the Tom Walko car is able to get up to speed here in practice session number 1. A little bit of Indianapolis 500 racing history going down the Sam Posey straightaway towards turn number 1. Steve Francis in the mid-engine number 28 Gilbert Cheetah, and then not too far behind the 4-cylinder Offenhauser A.J. Watson Roadster driven by Lou Timolat. Lime Rock Park would like to extend special thanks to all of the wonderful volunteers of the Lime Rock Park Right-Handers Club. They come from far and wide to help the Lime Rock Park team for all of our major racing events. And if you'd like to learn more about becoming a member of the Lime Rock Park Right-Handers Club, visit our worldwide website, www.limerock.com. looks like things are going better for Tom Walko in the NSU now that he has gotten the car up to speed. Little NSU sedan, as we said, emitting some smoke as it was waiting to go out on the track for the beginning of this practice session, but that problem seems to have cleared up, and the former D sedan competitor now starting to get acclimated to the 1.5-mile circuit here at Lime Rock. Just making his way through the S's now, not too far behind him, the bright polished aluminum body for the Lester MG for Tom McCormick. McCormick in the number 302. A little bit of background on the Gilbert Cheetah, the car that Steve Francis is driving. As we said, it was originally designed for the Indianapolis 500, fitted with a 4-cylinder Offenhauser engine. The car later became the property of Bill Simpson, the well-known racing safety equipment developer. And Simpson changed over to the Chevrolet V8 engine. The car competed not only with the United States Auto Club, but also in a number of Sports Car Club of America Formula 5000 championship events. And that was its last active racing endeavor in the early 1970s. Passed through a number of hands before coming into the ownership of Steve Francis, who has got it back in running condition, and a welcome addition to the 42nd edition of the Lime Rock Historics. With such a mixed group of automobiles, the lap times obviously cover a broad spectrum. Steve Francis with the fastest lap in the Gilbert Cheetah Indy car at 1 minute 9.692. Frank Filingeri currently second quickest in his MGTD, number 928, at 1 minute 10.907. Peter Greenfield in the Alfa Romeo number 41, third quickest at 1 minute 11.295. Graham Scaife and another of the MGT types, number 757, is fourth quickest at 1 minute 12.1. And the Morgan of Chris Towner rounding out the top five. Number 746 at 1 minute 12.297. Not too many changes in the lap times as we work our way through the pre-1940 and later race group. Steve Francis in the Gilbert Cheetah IndyCar still leading the way in the number 28, 1 minute 9.692. Peter Greenfield now second quickest, 1 minute 10.658 in the Alfa Romeo. Frank Filangeri, the first of the T-Type MGs, third quickest at 1 minute 10.907. Right behind him in another MG T-Type, Graham Scaife in the number 757 at 1 minute 11.413. And Chris Towner's Morgan, number 746, continues to round out the top five at 1 minute 12.297. Checkered flag is out for practice group number 3. Lou Timolat just coming across the start-finish line in the Offenhauser-powered Watson Roadster. Right behind him is Tom McCormick in the one-of-a-kind Lester-bodied MG that competed in the Sports Car Club of America F-Modified class. Fourth in the national championship in F-Modified when driven by Jim Miller. So as these cars will make their way down pit lane and back to the paddock area, we will get ready for the cars in race group number 4. Somewhat more contemporary machinery coming out in the group 4 category. This will be GT and sports cars over 2 liters from the 1960s and 1970s. Quite an impressive array of cars coming up for our next group. And in addition to the sports sports racers and GT cars from the 1960s and 70s. Some modern classics represented by the Mazda Miata will be out in this race group as well. Bit of a contrast coming down on the pit road, one of the Crossley Jabros with the little four-cylinder engine, then right behind it the classic Alfa Romeo from the 1930s, driven by Peter Greenfield. One of the most notable cars in our upcoming group will be the number 1 automobile. This is a 1979 Triumph TR7, originally constructed by Huffaker Engineering on the West Coast. It won the 1979 Sports Car Club of America National Championship and then finished third in 1980. The car was driven by Lee Mueller, a 5-time SCCA national champion. Huffaker Engineering built this car for the 1979 season under contract to the Jaguar Rover Triumph Group. This is the unique 4-cylinder roadster version of the Triumph TR7. The car was stored for 28 years after last racing in 1985. It was owned by Joe Carr and then repurchased by Huffaker Engineering for restoration in 2013. And it is now driven by Kurt Johnson. This is car number 1. The number 4 is a Ginetta G16. Laurent Fumet is the driver. He hails from Madison, Connecticut. Lotus Super 7 will be the mount this weekend for Phil Meany out of Arlington, Virginia, car number 7. First of our Mazda racers, part of the Lime Rock Drivers Club contingent here this weekend, is Stuart Hawkins in the number 10 out of West Simsbury, Connecticut. Chris Domingo, who we have seen in Malik Sports Racers in years past, switching his allegiance to Lotus for this weekend. He's out of Scottsville, New York. His Lotus 7 Series 2 is car number 11. Joe Bozzetta from Stony Brook, New York, is in one of the Lotus 23B Sports Racers. This will be car number 16. Jack Rawls from Bishop Sutton in the United Kingdom drives the Austin Healey number 18. Paul Stinson has another of the Lotus 23B Sports Racers. This is car number 19 out of Center Hall, Pennsylvania. Mark Gregory's Mazda Miata is car number 23. Gregory hails from New Milford, Connecticut. Michael Rowan brings the 1961 Aston Martin to the Lime Rock Historics. This is car number 25 out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Mitch Eitel's Ferrari 308 GT4 is number 26. Henry Fry brings the Triumph TR250, number 29, to Lime Rock this weekend out of North Granby, Connecticut. Ed Zemix, another of our Mazda enthusiasts. He is from Schenectady, New York, at number 33. John Gilliland's Porsche 944 will be number 36 out of York, Pennsylvania. Martin Hosek has the V8-powered Devon Special Wide Body, number 39. Steve Milton's Mazda Miata is number 40. Kurt Uzbe with several cars in action this weekend. He will be driving his 1962 Lotus 23 in this session as car number 42. Jim Riley's Jensen Healy is number 43. Another car originally built by Huffaker Engineering. Jim Riley out of Coram, New York. Alex Heckert's MGB Roadster is number 45. Andrew Moore, another of our MGB racers, is in car number 50. Dan Chapman has the former Skip Barber Brabham BT8 in this race group. He's out of New Braunfels, Texas, number 52. Patrick Daly, another of our Lime Rock Drivers Club participants, is from Goshen, Connecticut, in the Mazda Miata, number 53. Thomas Donatelli's front-engine Ginetta G4 is number 67 out of Stratford, Connecticut. Another of the Lotus 7s in this group will be Jim Goodson III from Newport, Rhode Island, number 110. The number 111 is Hervé Park with a Ginetta G4 number 111. Charles Borden has the one-of-a-kind Ford Falcon-powered Filson Special number 123 from Scarsdale, New York. Cosme Fumet drives the Lotus 7 number 150. Doug Sharippa is in the MGB number 302. Rich Malumian, a longtime competitor in the Historics, brings his familiar Austin Healey back into competition. car number 347. This is a 1956 Austin Healey 104. And Dave Nagler, who has several entries this weekend out of Chester, New York, competes in this race group in his Lotus 23B Sports Racer, car number 777. So that is the lineup of cars in race group number 4. This field of cars reminiscent of the automobiles that we would see in action at our SCCA national races during the 1960s and 1970s here at Lime Rock Park. Huffaker Triumph TR7 going down into turn number 1. I think that car has the number 11 on it, although it is on the entry list as car number 1. Chris Domingo running the number 11 this weekend on his Lotus 7. So there is the Huffaker-built Triumph TR7 with that unique wedge shape making its way through the S's. 1979 SCCA D-Production National Championship winner at the American Road Race of Champions, held at the Road Atlanta Circuit in Georgia. Our other Huffaker-built car on pit lane, this is the Jensen Healey for Jim Riley. Right behind the TR7 down the Sam Posey straightaway is the one-of-a-kind Filson Falcon Special, driven by Charles Borden. Car originally built for the United States Auto Club Road Racing Division in the late 1950s, powered by a inline six-cylinder Ford Falcon engine. Long Distance Travel Award winner for this group could very well be the number 18 car. That is Jack Rawls, who comes from the United Kingdom to race the Austin Healey BN7, more commonly known here as an Austin Healey 3000. Number 52, Dan Chapman, getting up to speed with the former Skip Barber Brabham BT8 Sports Racer. That's the number 25, headed down into turn number 1. Looks as though Kurt Johnston having some problems with the TR7. He is slow onto the Sam Posey straightaway as the thundering number 39, the Devon wide body special for Martin Hosick, goes motoring by. And just as we mentioned, the performance of the Austin Healey from England, Jack Rawls brings that car onto pit road. Hopefully this is just a routine pit stop. They are having a look at the tire pressure on the right front tire rather, and hopefully that will get Rawls back in action. So far, fast time of the session to Craig Chima in the number 5 Lotus 7 at 1 minute 3.041. Martin Hosick also in the 1 minute 3 second range in the number 39. And Chris Domingo now to the top of the charts in the number 11, the Lotus 7 with a best lap of 1 minute 3.085. So Lotus 7's right now in the top 3 positions. Domingo in 11, Chima in 5, and Paul Stinson in the 7. Then Martin Hosick in the V8 Devon number 39, fourth quickest. And the first of the Lotus 23s, Kurt Uzbe, number 42, rounding out the top 5 at 1 minute 3.447. Martin Hosek now coming to grips with the extra horsepower from the V8, and the Devon Special moves to the top of the charts here in practice session number 1 for race group number 4. Number 39 now the best lap time of 1 minute 1.518 to displace Chris Domingo. The number 11 Lotus 7 now second quickest, 1 minute 3.085. Craig Chima's Lotus 7 third in the rundown, 1 minute 3.141. Paul Stinson still in the number 4 slot at 1 minute 3.355, and Kurt Uzbe, the first of the sports racers, in the number 42 Lotus, fifth quickest at 1 minute 3.447. Jack Rawls, our visitor from England with the black and red Austin Healey, back out for an exploratory lap, but apparently still some difficulties with the car, and they're taking that back to the paddock area. Kurt Uzbe getting up to speed now will displace Martin Hosek at the top of the charts in practice session number 1. Uzbe's in the number 42 now to 1 minute 1.009 with the Lotus 23. Martin Hosek still right in the thick of the action, 1 minute 1.518. Craig Chima now up into the number 3 spot in the number 5 Lotus at 1 minute 2.972. Chris Domingo dropped down to 4th in the number 11 at 1 minute 3.085. And Hervé Park in the Ginetta G4 now moves into the top 5 for the first time. This is car number 111 with a best lap of 1 minute 3.314. Charles Borden now getting the Filson Falcon Special number 123 up to speed after a rather circumspect few laps at the beginning of the session. The Ford Falcon inline 6 sounding nice and crisp as he heads down the Sam Posey straightaway. Craig Chima, one of those drivers who continues to get dialed in, improving his lap times here in practice session number 1. Has the Lotus 7 number 5 now second in the rundown, right behind Kurt Uzbey. Both of those drivers at Uzbey at 1 minute flat, .378. Chima now 1 minute 1.362 to lead the contingent of Lotus 7s here in race group number 4. Martin Hosek currently third quickest in the V8 powered Devon Special, the number 39 at 1 minute 1.518. Phil Meany's number 007 Lotus 7, fifth quickest at 1 minute 2.616 as Hervé Park in the number 111. The Ginetta has just posted a lap time of 1 minute 2.553 that will move him ahead of Meany and into number 4 position in the rundown. Oh, some contact down along pit lane. A couple of cars trying to get into the pit road apparently had some contact. One car stopped out on the racetrack, and the second car, the Lotus 7, picking up some damage and actually coming to rest against the pit wall here on pit lane. So we will go to black flag all. We're going to bring all of the cars onto pit road, as we do need to do some cleanup here, but some contact between, I think, one of the Ginettas and one of the Lotus 7s as they were both trying to ease their way down onto pit road. So we are on a temporary hold here in race group number 4. Some contact between a couple of cars right at the entry to pit road. And we're going to bring all of the cars back on pit lane to take care of the cleanup that will be needed for that incident. Just about 4 minutes remaining in the session, so I think they're going to call this one complete, and they will send the rest of the field back to the paddock area. And we will await an update as to when we will be ready to roll the cars out for race group number 5, which will be our racing sedans and sports cars, the IMSA RS and 2.5-liter Trans Am cars scheduled to be out for our next practice group, but that likely to be delayed a little bit as we have a couple of cars that have some damage, and they will need to be, both of those cars will need to be retrieved by the Lime Rock safety crew, and then I think we're going to need a little bit of cleanup along pit lane. So temporary hold on things here in day number 2 of the 42nd edition of the Lime Rock Historics. Lime Rock safety crew on the scene, taking care of cleanup from the incident right at the entry to pit road. Also, this gives us a moment to salute our volunteer corner workers who are on station around the track to provide us with a safe and secure racing environment. And those volunteers also now doing some work cleaning up debris along pit road. The folks from the grid area coming out to lend some assistance as well. So again, our thanks to all of our volunteers who help to make racing possible here at Lime Rock Park. Their dedication to duty is one of the reasons that we are able to continue to present our racing programs in a safe manner, and we want to thank them for their continued enthusiasm for the sport. If you'd like to learn more about becoming a volunteer corner worker, many of them are trained by the Sports Car Club of America, and you can get more information on how to get closer to the racing action by visiting the worldwide website for the SCCA, which is www.scca.com. Well, while we have a few minutes interlude here before we can bring out our next practice group, this will give us another opportunity to salute our partners for the 2024 racing season, including FCP Euro, Delamar Hotels, NBT Bank, Miller Motor Cars, Mazda of Milford, the Sports Car Driving Association, Connecticut Business Systems, a Xerox company, VP Racing Fuels, Pelote Driving Shoes, Spectro Performance Oils, Hummel Brothers Hot Dogs, Pepsi, Great Falls Brewing Company, Brewers of Lime Rock Lager, Haggerty, Thule, Road and Track Magazine, B-Works, Sotheby's, iHeartRadio, Connecticut Seal Coating, Averdi Storage and Office Solutions, the Skip Barber Racing School, Toyo Tires, MoheganSunCasino.com, Hemmings.com, and Marsh McLennan. Thanks again for your support as our partners for the 2024 season here at Lime Rock Park. And let's also take a moment to welcome those of you from around the world joining us for live stream coverage of the 42nd edition of the Lime Rock Historics, as we provide you with a glimpse of the racing action from our camera, which provides a panoramic view of the cars as they come down the Sam Posey straightaway headed towards turn number 1. And if you are watching the live stream coverage, you may notice the QR code up in the right-hand corner of the screen. That will give you access to the Daily Rev, our souvenir program for this event, with a full weekend schedule as well as an entry list, not only for our racing events, but also for the Sunday in the Park Concours d'Elegance here at Lime Rock Park. One more way we try to make our racing available to you via the live stream broadcast of the 42nd edition of the Lime Rock Historics. Cleanup work continuing as we await the all-clear signal for our next practice group. And that will be Group 5. Group 5 is our tin-top sedans and sports cars from the IMSA RS Series, the SCCA National Racing categories, and the Sports Car Club of America 2.5 Challenge. Track cleanup is completed, so let's introduce the drivers who will be competing in race group number 5. Tim Cashman is in the 1970 BMW 2002 car number 2. John Gorsline from Delray Beach, Florida is in the Austin Healey Mini Cooper S. This is car number 3. John Clerk hails from Warminster, Pennsylvania, another of our Mini Cooper racers, car number 18. Ed Metalman is in his Porsche 914-4 out of Snowmass, Colorado, in the number 19 Porsche 914-4. Mike Agnifilo drives one of the Datsun 510s that we'll see represented in this group. Agnifilo out of Woodbury, Connecticut, with the number 20 Datsun. As we said, Greg Amee, unfortunately not able to compete with the number 33 Porsche from Middletown, Connecticut, as he encountered some mechanical problems during yesterday's parade, so the 33 car unfortunately sidelined for the weekend. John Wood hails from Dalton, Massachusetts. The car is a 1972 BMW 2002 TII. Alfa Romeo Alfetta from 1976 is Lon Barrett's mount for the weekend, number 44. Alfa GTV that competed in the 2.5-liter category of the Trans Am Series, number 46, is William Shields' entry out of Kingston, Rhode Island. We say welcome back to Lime Rock Park to longtime Fox NASCAR broadcaster and former Lime Rock racer Mike Joy from Louisville, North Carolina, racing this weekend in the Datsun 510 number 48. Bart Hayes in a similar Datsun 510 number 55 is from Wilkesboro, North Carolina. Dirk Burrows from Fitchburg, Massachusetts drives the 1959 Alfa Romeo Giulietta Spider. Jonathan Draper from Kent, Connecticut is another of our BMW 2002 devotees. He is car number 62. Michael Donnelly hails from Clinton, Connecticut. His Alfa Romeo GTV is number 63. Another of our Porsche 914s is Mark Wagner out of Bethel, Connecticut. Jorge Santos represents Datsun in this group with the Datsun 1200, number 68 out of New Milford. David Porter has one of the popular Lotus Cortinas, number 70, from Darien, Connecticut. Joe Courtney is in the Alfa GTV number 77. Chris Mosera comes from the Continental Divide in Denver, Colorado to race the number 83 Ford Cortina GT. Greg Safarian is in the Alfa Romeo GTV number 94 from Huntington, New York. Bob Anderson hails from Parkton, Maryland in the Mini Cooper number 177. Bob Brady is out of Coatesville, Pennsylvania with his Alfa Romeo GTV number 191. Volvo 122 is the ride this weekend for Chris Mason from Purchase, New York, a car that competed in the revival of the Mexican road race. Simon Kirkby's Hillman Imp is number 777, and Gaspar Fasulo rounds out the field with the number 810. This is one of the four-cylinder Porsche variants, the 1968 Porsche 912 for Gaspar Fasulo, car number 810. David Porter with the red Lotus Cortina up to speed. Mike Joy with the number 48. Colors almost reminiscent of the paint scheme used by Dan Gurney during the 1970 Trans Am season, with the deep blue paint scheme with the rainbow coloring on the hood for Mike Joy, number 48. Just now making his way into the left-hander that marks the entry point to the S's. And right behind him, the number 55, another Datsun 510 out of the state of North Carolina. That is Bart Hayes. David Porter in the number 46, the Ford Cortina with the Lotus twin cam engine, one of the cars that really raised the stakes in the sedan racing game in the 1960s. This was a mass-produced Ford Cortina that was then shipped off to Colin Chapman and the folks at Lotus, who not only upgraded the suspension and handling on the car, but added the twin cam Lotus racing engine to that car, and so the Lotus Cortina became one of the most potent cars competing in the sedan category. First of all in the B sedan class, and then in the 2.5-liter division of the Trans Am series during the late 1960s and early 1970s. First generation Mini Coopers from the 1960s, popular in SCCA C sedan and D sedan competition. And several of those are represented in this race group as well. Originally designed as a competitor for the popular Volkswagen Bug by the British Motors Corporation, they proved to be very effective as racing vehicles, not only in the United States, but also in Europe and England, competing not only on the circuits, but also as very effective cars in the World Rally Championship. We talked about the performance potential of the Lotus Cortina. David Porter demonstrating that now with fast lap time of the session so far at 1 minute 4.355. Jorge Santos in the number 68, the Datsun 1200, second quickest, 1 minute 6.515. Mike Agnifilo in the number 23rd quickest, 1 minute 9.490. Fourth to Robert Brady in the number 191. That is the Alpha GTV with a best lap of 1 minute 9.532. And the Porsche 914 for Ed Medelman, number 19, now rounding out the top five at 1 minute 9.661. Simon Kirkby, the director of the Lime Rock Drivers Club, reunited with the car that started his racing career in England, a Hillman Imp, a competitor to the Mini Cooper in the world of English saloon car racing. In contrast to the front-wheel drive Mini Cooper, the Sunbeam Imp, powered by a 1,000cc engine mounted back behind the rear axle, Volkswagen style. Kirkby right now in for a consultation on pit road with the number 777 Hillman Imp. Simon Kirkby's engine echoing just a bit as he rolls the Sunbeam Imp down pit lane and back onto the racetrack. Several cars slowing down a bit here. I'm not sure if there was a flag signal from one of the corner stations, but we've got a couple of cars slowly going down pit road. Onto pit lane, the number 55 for Bart Hayes, the Datsun 510. David Porter in the 70, and the number 46 Alfa Romeo of William Shields. Hayes in the 55 going back to the paddock area. Porter getting some attention to the tire pressures, and the Shields car now with some consultation with the crew as well. But that momentary traffic jam seems to have cleared up. Everybody continuing under green flag conditions out on the mile-and-a-half circuit here at Lime Rock Park. I was about to mention the contrasting design themes of the two Porsche 914s out in this session. Ed Medelman in the number 19, racing a car as it would have appeared in the SCCA E-production specifications, with the windshield removed, the passenger compartment fared in on that automobile for improved aerodynamics, while Mark Wagner's car in more stock configuration as it would have been raced in the showroom stock sports car category, and that is Mark Wagner's number 64. David Porter continues to have the fast time of the session in the number 70 Lotus Cortina at 1 minute 3.566. Mike Agnifilo in the number 20 Datsun 510, now second quickest, 1 minute 4.788. Jorge Santos in the Datsun 1200, number 68, third in the rundown at 1 minute 6.254. John Clark makes his first appearance in the top five in the number 18 Mini Cooper at 1 minute 7.095. And Jonathan Draper in the BMW number 62, currently fifth quickest at 1 minute 7.436. Mike Agnifilo in the number 20, the Stonebridge Datsun B sedan. Latest car to come down on the pit road. Let's say hello to the first of our visitors arriving over in the outfield portion of the racetrack. We hope that you are getting a good view of day number 2 of the Lime Rock Historics. And we'll remind everybody that the Lime Rock Likwamali pedestrian bridge is open, spanning the Sam Posey straightaway down in turn number 1, connecting our infield and outfield viewing areas. So if you're currently viewing the action from the outfield portion of the racetrack and would like to come across to visit the paddock area as well as the infield midway, the Sam Posey, the Likwamali pedestrian bridge is there for your convenience. And if you're watching from the infield portion of the racetrack and would like a different perspective on the racing, be sure to take advantage of the Likwamali pedestrian bridge to visit the outfield portion of the circuit here at Lime Rock Park. Seem to have a dwindling number of cars out here in race group number 5. Quite a few of the drivers getting a few orientation laps in and then heading back to the paddock area. David Porter still at the top of the charts with the Lotus Cortina with a best lap of 1 minute 3.566. Mike Agnifilo still second in the number 20, 1 minute 4.788. John Clerk in the number 18, third quickest, 1 minute 5.674. Jorge Santos, fourth quickest in the number 68. That's the Datsun 1200 at 1 minute 5.771. And Ed Metalman in the Porsche 914, now fifth quickest in the number 19 car, 1 minute 6.459. Simon Kirkby back onto pit road with the Sunbeam Imp, number 777. Mike Joy, meanwhile, down into turn number 1 in the number 48 Datsun 510 with the bright Sunoco livery on the car. This car was originally raced in the SCCA B sedan category. Then as a GT4 category car with the SCCA until 1992. It was then restored to B sedan and 2-liter Trans Am specifications and reintroduced to competition in 2022. David Porter onto pit road in the number 70, the Lotus Cortina, that has been at the top of the charts in terms of lap times here in this practice session. And Porter now will take the Red Lotus Cortina back to the paddock area. Just a few minutes remaining now in this practice session for our cars in race group number 5. Mike Joy bringing the number 48 on the pit road. And there is the checkered flag indicating the conclusion of the session. First of 2 practice opportunities for the cars in race group number 5. Mark Wagner's Porsche 914 completing practice session number 1. Cars for race group number 6 waiting in the wings. Cars for race group number 5 return to the paddock area. Cars for race group number 6 in the on-deck circle. These are mid-century GT and sports cars with engine displacements slightly above and slightly below 2,000 cc's. We'll give our cars from race group number 5 a minute or 2 to make their way back to the paddock area, then introduce the lineup to you for race group number 6. Cars for race group number 6 ready to roll out on the racetrack. Entries in this group include Michael Lawton's 1973 Alfa Romeo Spider, a car originally designed and built for the improved touring B category here at Lime Rock Park. Norm Burke is in the Elva Courier number 6. Out of New Milford, Connecticut, John Gilliland is the driver of the Porsche Speedster number 8. Tim Moran is from Valley City, Ohio, with the Austin Healey Bug-Eyed Sprite number 13. Alain Raymond comes from north of the border in Brome, Quebec, with the 1972 Fiat Abarth 1000 TC sedan. Tom Brown's Triumph Spitfire is number 18. He races out of Stratford, Connecticut. From Dallas, Texas, we have Andy Ingles with the Austin Healey BN7 number 18. Austin Healey 3000 returns to Lime Rock Park in the hands of John Einhorn, the former Bob Kilpatrick, former Glory Racing entry out of New Haven, Connecticut. We say welcome back to Lime Rock Park to Peter Krause from Durham, North Carolina. Krause, a longtime competitor in a variety of cars, most recently the Sports 2000 class, but now Peter going slightly retro, back to his Fiat days as he began his racing career with a Fiat 850. This weekend he debuts his Fiat X19 number 35. Richard Brown is the driver of the Triumph Spitfire number 36. Stu Forer has the former Joe Hauser Turner 950S in race group number 6. This is the number 48 car out of Warwick, Rhode Island. Jim Trudeau's Triumph Spitfire races out of Beverly, Maryland as number 49. Ed Sanson is the driver of the Scuderia Bear Alfa Romeo Giulietta number 55, formerly raced by Bill McKelvey. Leonard McHugh's MGA is number 59. Jim Bach, longtime competitor with the Vintage Sports Car Club of America, in his Lotus 7 is car number 65. Ed Boyajian is in the Alfa Romeo number 69, a car that was originally raced out on the West Coast by Al Leak with the Rubber Chicken Racing Group, number 69 for Al Boyajian. Dave Nicholas is back in action, one of the original members of the Binghamton Auto Racing Club, the famous Bark Boys group. Now Nicholas calling Palm Desert, California his hometown. The MGA is number 76. Rick Nevis is in the Austin Healey number 102, a car that began its life as a commuter car driven to the University of Massachusetts by Jeff Harden. The car was in storage until 1968 when Nevis purchased it and restored it, and then converted it from a show car into a vintage racing car in the early 2000s. Rick McCurdy, meanwhile, races out of Newburgh, New York in the Triumph TR3 number 132. James Goodson's MGA is number 180. Anthony Thompson has an early era Lotus 7 number 181 out of Shirley, Massachusetts. Dave DeCesar's from Fayetteville, New York in the MGB GT number 193. Carl Whitney returns the former Dave Belden Lotus Mark 9 to competition, car number 215 out of Pepperell, Massachusetts. Longtime Lime Rock racer Butch O'Connor is in action in the MGA number 218 out of Sparta, New Jersey. John Dunnock has one of the original SCCA Renault-powered sports racers, the Sports Renault number 222 from Hanover, Pennsylvania. Brad Price is in his Alfa Romeo for the weekend, number 227 out of Piermont, New York. Steve Lehrman also with an Alfa Giulietta Spider, number 246, racing out of Katona, New York. Roger Cassin's Alfa Romeo Spider is number 256. James Juhas, another of our longtime Lime Rock Historics competitors with the MGA Coupe, number 311 out of Cheshire, Connecticut. Robert White is from Palos Verdes Peninsula, California, with his Elva Courier, number 411. Jackie Amorosa races out of Bluebell, Pennsylvania, in her Triumph TR3, number 608. Kevin Gosselin's Triumph Spitfire is number 901 out of Fairfield, Connecticut. And we round out the field in race group number 6 with the short wheelbase Porsche 912 for Cobus Reinecke, car number 912. So that is our coterie of our contingent of cars for race group number 6. Sports racing and production cars, engines right in the 2 to 2.5 liter displacement category. John Dunnock just motoring down the Sam Posey straightaway in one of the original Sports Renault cars developed by the Sports Car Club of America, now going into their 40th anniversary year. Single design car built by SCCA Enterprises originally powered by a 4-cylinder Renault engine, hence the name Sports Renault. Car later supplemented with a Ford 4-cylinder engine and referred to as a Spec Racer Ford. So this is one of the original cars of the nearly 1,000 that have been produced. And it is a treat to see this Renault Spec Racer back in action here at Lime Rock Park. John Dunnock out of Hanover, Pennsylvania, driving car number 222. Cobus Reinecke with the Porsche 912, the 4-cylinder version of the Porsche 911. The 911, the car that got all the headlines, but the 912, an interesting option that Porsche offered in the early years of the 911 design. And now becoming a more popular attraction among Porsche enthusiasts. Always a pleasure to see Cobus Reinecke in action here at Lime Rock Park with his short wheelbase Porsche 912, car number 912. Number 8 Bathtub Porsche on pit road momentarily. That is John Gilliland. Porsche Bathtub's the car that dominated e-production racing here for many years in Sports Car Club of America regional and national competition. Not many of the roadster-style cars are seen in action anymore, so it's nice to see this particular example joining us for the 42nd edition of the Lime Rock Historics. Peter Kraus with his Fiat X19 headed down into turn number 1. As we said, Kraus, a longtime competitor in the Historics, most recently in the Sports 2000 category, but now shifting his attentions back to production-style cars and debuting his Fiat X19 here this weekend. Top of the charts right now in this practice group in the Triumph Spitfire, number 18 is Tom Brown at 1 minute 5.525. Kevin Goslin in the number 901 Spitfire, second quickest, 1 minute 7.272. Peter Kraus, number 3 in the rundown, and debuting his Fiat X19, number 35 at 1 minute 7.344. Carl Whitney in the Lotus 9, prototype for the mass-produced Lotus 11 sports racer from Lotus Cars. Currently fourth quickest, number 215, with the best lap of 1 minute 7.664. And Jim Bach in the Lotus 7, number 65, rounding out the top 5 with the best lap of 1 minute 8.204. Among the Alfa Romeos out in this group is Brad Price in the number 227. Brad has become one of the major supporters of the Lime Rock Historics through his Prototipo Chronograph Company. The Autodromo Lime Rock Park Edition Prototipo Chronograph has been carefully designed by avid vintage racer and Lime Rock Park Historics regular Brad Price, who created the watch specifically with a track day at Lime Rock Park in mind. The tachometer has been calibrated to the length of the track so you can call your average lap time at a glance. It is among the most intricate of details about Lime Rock Park. You can learn more and pick up yours today at autodromo.com. Nice variety of cars here in race group number 3 with the Triumph TR3s. Stu Forer's Turner just going by. Representative selection of Triumph Spitfires and Lotus 7s out there as well. MGB GT, a car not often seen in vintage competition, headed down into turn number 1. And as we mentioned, that bathtub Porsche, a popular addition as well. The number 8 car just now headed back out onto the track. Michael Lawton having a good run out there in the Alfa Romeo. Let me get the number correct on that car. Lawton in the number 4 car, the Alfa Romeo Spider. I'm not sure if this is the same car, but it is certainly reminiscent of the car that Rick Pocock raced here for many years. One of the quickest of the Alfa Romeos in the SCCA Improved Touring B category, and a former champion in the North Atlantic Road Racing Championship Series. So good to see the Michael Lawton Alfa Romeo Spider in action here. Car number 4. Jackie Amoroso on the pit road, and looks as though she is headed back to the paddock area with her Triumph TR3. Amoroso in car number 608 for this weekend. Looks like we might have shifted Jack Rawls into a new race group. He was originally a number 4, our visitor from Bishop Sutton in the United Kingdom, with the 1959 Austin Healey in black and red. Originally in race group number 4, he now seems to have joined the action here in race group number 6, competing alongside the Austin Healey 3000 of John Einhorn. Checkered flag is out. Practice session completed for race group number 6. Looks as though we have a little bit of cleanup in order as the lights have gone on for the Lime Rock safety crew. A couple of our cleanup vehicles about to be dispatched from the ready area along the Sam Posey straightaway. So a little bit of time on the schedule here to do some cleanup, retrieve a couple of cars that ran into mechanical problems, and then we should be ready to go with race group number 7, one of our highlight groups of the weekend. This is our World Challenge group presented by Toyo Tires. Toyo, one of our newest partners here at Lime Rock Park. And we certainly appreciate the efforts they have put in to assemble this World Challenge race group for race group number 7. Last of our cars for race group number 6 headed back to the paddock area. Cars for race group number 7, the Toyo World Challenge competitors waiting in the wings for their first opportunity to test themselves against the 1.5 mile circuit here at Lime Rock Park. The World Challenge, a popular attraction at Lime Rock Park for many years, began actually as the Escort Endurance Racing Series presented by the Sports Car Club of America, evolved into the World Challenge in later years. These are production-based cars from the 1990s and early 2000s. Chip Hare is included in this group with his World Challenge touring car category Audi A4, car number 1. Ray Zissa has one of the former World Challenge and Corvette Challenge Chevrolets. This is a 1990 Chevrolet Corvette number 4 out of Kensington, Connecticut. Peter Tonelli's entry for the weekend, a 1993 Toyota Supra that began its life as an original PPG Indy pace car, later converted for competition in the World Challenge and IMSA Endurance Racing Series. Christian Berzins brings his BMW M3 from Alexandria, Virginia, originally built and campaigned in the Belgian Sedan Car Championship, or Belgian Saloon Car Championship as it was called. A BMW M3 for Christian Berzins, car number 10. Ken Fitzgerald is out of Ellicott City, Maryland, with a Lotus Esprit X180R, one of the cars that competed in the IMSA Bridgestone Supercar Series and the IMSA World Challenge between 1991 and 1995. Greg Kaufman's Ford Mustang is car number 23. It is owned by Ross Myers, our featured collector for this weekend, and entered out of his 3-car garage in Pennsylvania. The car was originally used at the Bondurant Driving School from 1994 to 2000. Kermit Upton is making a return to Lime Rock Park out of Windsor, Vermont with his BMW M3, a 1994 version. BMW Group N race car that was originally modified for World Challenge specs by Mountain Autosport, Kermit Upton's tuning shop in Windsor, Vermont. Competed in the World Challenge Series from 1994 to 1999 with class wins at Lime Rock on the Memorial Day weekend in 1995, as well as victories at Mossport in Canada and Sears Point, California. Kermit says the most notable race for this car was the Road Atlanta doubleheader weekend, where he picked up a pair of victories back in 1999. Christopher Turner is out of New Canaan, Connecticut. The car is a 1996 Porsche Carrera 993 RSR. Travis Washe returns to Lime Rock Park with the 2015 Volkswagen GTI that competed in the TCI Touring Car A category of the Pirelli World Challenge in the 2018 season. Peter Cunningham, the multi-time World Challenge Drivers Champion, will be out in car number 42, a 2004 Acura TSX that won him the Touring Car Drivers Championship in the World Challenge Series. Josh Brown comes from Sunnyside, New York, with the 1984 Volkswagen GTI number 85. Peter Tonelli, the second member of the Tonelli Racing Squad. This is Peter A.J. Tonelli, has the World Challenge specification Dodge Viper in action in the upcoming group, car number 88. Dave Nagler has the second of the Lotus X180Rs, the former Doc Bundy car from the Bridgestone IMSA Supercar Series, car number 101. Steve Katz is from Bardonia, New York, with the Porsche GT Cup 3 number 113, a car that competed in the Brazilian Porsche Cup Series in 2005. Zephyr Belsky drives another of the Acura Integras in this group, a former Motorola Cup car, car number 517. And we round out the field for race group number 7 with John Whitaker from Saukville, Wisconsin, with the Acura TSX number 881, the car that Pierre Kleinebing won the 2009 World Challenge Touring Car Championship driving. So that is our lineup of cars for race group number 7, the Toyo World Challenge category, featured here at the 42nd edition of the Lime Rock Historics. FCP Euro is more than just Lime Rock Park's official auto parts supplier. Their in-house experts have taken the parts they offer and transformed a 300,000-mile Volvo station wagon and a Mercedes 190e sedan into touring car-inspired track day machines. To learn more, head over to FCP Euro on YouTube to watch the build process or attend the next FCP Euro Sunday morning motoring meet here at Lime Rock Park to see these builds close up and in person. Would also once again like to thank the folks from Miller Motor Cars, providing us with our pace car for the 2024 season, the McLaren Altura. Miller Motor Cars is the official dealer of Aston Martin, Ferrari, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, McLaren, Bugatti, Pagani, Maserati, and Alfa Romeo. To view our full lineup of drives of brands and available inventory, visit us online at millermotorcars.com. Getting close to our lunch break now, we'd like to remind you that Hummel Brothers is the official hot dog of Lime Rock Park. You can enjoy Hummel Brothers hot dogs at all of Lime Rock Park's concession stands today, and why not try the all-new Bull Ring Bacon Dog with house-made bacon, relish, banana peppers, and crispy fried onions, available at the Lime Rock Cafe in the center portion of the paddock area. World Challenge Group cars working their way up to speed here. Everybody wants to get a little bit of heat into their tires before they press down harder on the throttle, so we expect that the cars will circulate for a lap or two at a reduced pace and then get on pace for this first of two practice sessions for our World Challenge Group here this second day of the Lime Rock Historics. Pair of Lotus X180Rs, the racing version of the Lotus Esprit, down into turn number one. Doc Bundy, one of the drivers who raced this style automobile, was the winner of the IMSA Supercar Drivers title in 1992. That is the number 101 for Dave Nagler. This type of car also raced at Lime Rock, as well as other events in the IMSA Bridgestone Supercar Series by Lime Rock's longtime favorite, Paul Newman. Second of our X180Rs in this session is driven by Ken Fitzgerald out of Ellicott City, Maryland. These cars are just about directly behind the Skip Barber Tower for their paddock space, so if you'd like to get a look at them, especially with the lunch break coming up, come on down to the paddock area and learn more about the Lotus Esprit X180R that raced in both the Bridgestone Supercar Series and the SCCA World Challenge. If you've picked up your virtual program or the paddock guide for this weekend, you can find all of your favorite competitors and cars of interest. We have now a grid system for locating our cars in the paddock area, in both the A and B paddock. So there are a series of coordinates, a letter and a number, and then that corresponds with a space that is designated on the enclosed map. So if you are looking for your favorite car, one of the ways we've made it easier to find it is by making up assigned paddock positions for all of our competitors competing here this weekend. And let's take another opportunity to welcome our live stream visitors joining us via the miracle of the internet with sound and vision, as John Heindorf from IMSA Radio likes to say. We have a camera positioned right down on the pillar of the Liqui Bridge, giving you a panoramic view of the cars as they come down the Sam Posey straightaway and head into turn number one. And also off in the right corner, you'll actually get a glimpse of the flag station that is located there, and our volunteer corner workers with their flag signals to indicate track conditions to the drivers. So you will actually have a ringside seat for all of the action as the cars raced out into turn number one. And if you are watching just tuning into the live stream broadcast, that QR code up in the right-hand corner of the screen will take you to our online edition of the Daily Rev, our souvenir program for this weekend, with a full weekend schedule, entry list for all of the cars racing in the Lime Rock Historics, as well as some interesting articles about the Toyo World Challenge cars, the Acuras brought here by Peter Cunningham, as well as the cars brought to Lime Rock Park by our honored collector for the weekend, Mr. Ross Myers. Well, it looks as though a number of the cars that are out on track are not being picked up by the online timing system. So we have seen both Peter Tonelli and the Dodge Viper and the Lotus X180Rs completing laps here, but they're not showing up on the scoring screen right now. So far, fast lap of the session unofficially to Kermit Upton, the number 26 at 1 minute. Well, that looks as though the scoring system has it backwards. Fast lap of the session to Travis Washay at 59.8. Now they're updating the screen, so we'll start all over again in just a minute once they have the updates here. Ken Fitzgerald in the Lotus X180R number 14 with fast time of the session at 57.573. Travis Washay, second quickest in his Volkswagen at 1 minute .533. The Audi of Chip Hare, third quickest at 59. Well, that would be backwards. Hare at 59.2 should be second quickest. Washay at 59.8, third quickest. Then Kermit Upton, fourth quickest at 1 minute 1.229, and fifth to the number 4 Chevrolet Corvette of Ray Zissa at 1 minute 1.240. Peter Cunningham getting reacclimated to Lime Rock Park, now breaks into the top 5. Fast lap of the session to Peter Tonelli in the Dodge Viper number 88 at 58.225. Chip Hare in the Audi number 1, now second quickest, 59.223. Peter Cunningham with the number 42 Acura now into the number 3 position at 59.688. And Travis Washay in the number 30 Volkswagen rounding out the top 5 at 59.811. Looks like Steve Katz is now moving to the top of the charts with the number 113 Porsche. That is the former Brazilian Porsche Cup car. Katz with the best lap of 57.226 in car number 113. Peter Tonelli bumped down to second, 58.2. Chip Hare third at 59.2. Peter Cunningham fourth in the number 42 Acura at 59.6. And Travis Washay continues to round out the top 5 at 59.8. Kermit Upton currently sixth in the rundown in the number 26 BMW at 1 minute .194. Ray Zissa in the number 4 Corvette, seventh quickest, 1 minute 1.240. Sefer Belsky in the number 517 Acura is eighth quickest at 1 minute 2.868. Ninth to the 029, that's Chris Turner's car. The Porsche 993 with the best lap of 1 minute 3.663. And Scott Kruger in the number 142 Acura will round out the top 10 at 1 minute 5.291. But we are seeing lap times below the 1 minute mark for Steve Katz, 56.8 in the Porsche, Peter Tonelli, 58.2 in the Viper, and Chip Hare and Peter Cunningham both below the 1 minute mark at 59.2 and 59.6 respectively. Travis Washay in that very quick Volkswagen number 30 rounding out the top 5 just below the 1 minute mark at 59.811. Peter Tonelli bringing the Dodge Viper on the pit road. Looks like a little bit of an engine problem developing on the Lotus number 10 going down into turn number 1, and now it's getting worse as the car shows a clear plume of smoke out of the back of that automobile. That looks like the Dave Nagler car, and he's going to come to, let's see if he comes to a stop. He was very slow out of Big Bend and now onto the short chute. The car barely rolling along there, so Nagler aware that he has a problem. And he's going to take the car down onto the grass by the flag station there. Hopefully there are no flames accompanying that smoke, but early end of the session for the Lotus X180R as it has pulled off onto the grass over right at the entry point to the S's. Chip Hare in for a quick visit out of Lidditz, Pennsylvania with the number 207 Audi A4, a World Challenge Touring Class competitor from 2005 to 2008. It's a little hard to think about that car being nearly 20 years old since it is such a contemporary looking design. I guess that's showing my age here a bit, but the Audi A4, a popular competitor, first of all in the World Challenge Touring category, and more recently in the TCR division of the IMSA Michelin Challenge. Everybody's still chasing Steve Katz here in this first of two practice sessions for our Toyo World Challenge cars. Katz, quickest of the session, 56.809. Peter Tonelli, second quickest in the Dodge Viper, number 88 at 58.225. Chip Hare in the Audi, number 1, third quickest, 58.749. Peter Cunningham in the number 4 slot in the number 42 Acura at 59.297. Travis Washe currently fifth quickest in the number 30. That's the Volkswagen GTI, 59.811. Sixth is Kermit Upton in the number 26 at 1 minute .194. Ray Zissa in the number 4 Corvette, seventh fastest, 1 minute 1.240. Zephyr Belsky in the Acura number 517 was eighth in the rundown at 1 minute 2.664. Christopher Turner in the Porsche number 029, ninth quickest at 1 minute 3.663. And Christian Berzins in the BMW M3 now rounding out the top 10 at 1 minute 4.661 as the checkered flag comes out, marking the completion of our morning practice sessions. We will be on lunch break now until 1:30 this afternoon, so about a 30 to 35 minute interlude. And then we'll be back with practice group number 8, our Formula Fords, as well as our sports racers and Formula cars, fastest cars of the weekend, coming out at 1:30 this afternoon. And we will round out our 9 practice groups at 1:55 with our large displacement production cars, and then go right back to the top of the order with the Jim Haynes Memorial Formula Juniors, second and final practice opportunity for these cars coming up at 2:20 this afternoon. And so we're going to take a little bit of a break from the top of the tower here. Don't forget the Lime Rock Cafe is ready to serve you in the center portion of the paddock area. So we will wish you bon appetit and be back with you for the resumption of our practice sessions right around 1:30 this afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day 2 of the Lime Rock Historics for 2024. We hope you enjoyed that brief interlude where we had some quiet time here, your opportunity to come down and visit the paddock as well as the Lime Rock Cafe. And now we are ready to roll into the afternoon portion of our program. Cars for race group number 8 ready to come out for their first practice session of the day, and this will be the fast group of cars, fastest cars here for the weekend. The sports racing and formula cars coming out for this session. Mike Taradash leads the way with his Sports 2000 category Tyga, car number 1. Alan Tossler also as entered as number 1 with his Crossley 32F Formula Ford, so we'll have to sort that duplication out. Bob Mittman is another of our Sports 2000 competitors. His T-Lola 596 is car number 2 out of Stratford, Connecticut. Matthew Christ from Colorado Springs, Colorado, is entered in the Formula 3 GRD, a GRD 372 chassis, originally raced by Frenchman Pierre-Francois Rousselot in the 1972 European Formula 3 Championship. Tom Grudovich is the driver of the Chevron 2-liter sports racer, number 5, racing out of West Palm Beach, Florida. John Hearn is in the Hawk DL17 Formula Ford, a car originally raced by Derek Daly in the British Formula Ford Festival in 1976. Sivan Dorr from Clinton Corners, New York, is another of our Formula Ford competitors. His car is a 1969 Lexus Mark 15, car number 8. Car number 10 is the Ensign LF3 Formula 3 car, raced by Brendan McInerney in 1972 in the British Formula 3 Championship, driven by Glenn Taylor out of Shelton, Connecticut. Car number 11, another of our 2-liter sports racers, or rather a Sports 2000 car. This is the Lola T88 for Nick Fonte from Sudbury, Massachusetts. Car number 13 is longtime Formula Ford racer Frank Del Vecchio out of Trumbull, Connecticut. The car is a Van Diemen RF81. Similar car for Gary Rutherford from Groton, Massachusetts, number 15. Joe Bezzetta's Chevron B19 2-liter sports racer is car number 16. Number 17 is another Van Diemen Formula Ford for Jim McNichol from Bethel, Connecticut. Tony Carpenzano's Formula Atlantic Reynard is car number 25 out of Danbury, Connecticut. Raced by Joaquin DeSoto in the 1994 Formula Atlantic Championship Series. Also the car that Patrick Carpentier drove in Formula Atlantic competition in his debut. Mitch Eitel is in action with his Chevron B31, number 33. Chris Fayen's Formula 2000 car, Van Diemen Formula 2000, is number 39 out of Reading Center, Connecticut. Clint Chichester has the Jim Downing Mazda Atlanta Peach, number 41 from Wakefield, Rhode Island. Kurt Uzbe's Chevron B16 Coupe is number 42. Todd Sharon is in an open-wheel Formula Mazda entry number 52. Gordon Medenica brings the former Gilles Villeneuve Formula Atlantic March 75B to us this weekend as car number 69. Tony Delane is out of Woodinville, Washington with the Chevron B21 number 72. Local favorite Rick Bell returns with his number 78 Formula Atlantic Ralt. And David Porter rounds out the field with the number 205. That is a toy sports racer from Porter Racing out of Darien, Connecticut. So that is our cast of characters for race group number 8. As we said, these are the fastest cars that we will see in action this weekend. Tony Delane right now momentarily leading the way, and he has just been superseded by David Porter. Porter in the 2-liter toy sports racer, and now Tony Carpenzano to the top of the list with the Formula Atlantic Reynard. Carpenzano with a lap time of 54.667. David Porter in the number 205 at 56.832. Tony Delane in the number 72, third quickest at 57.738. Rick Bell occupies the number 4 position in the number 78 at 58.304. And the number 16 of Joe Bezzetta rounds out the top 5 unofficially at this point at 59.570. Distinctive gold and black colors of the number 205 for David Porter headed down into turn number 1. David Porter hustling right along there in the number 205, the Warsteiner liveried car. The 2-liter European sports racing cars and their counterparts, the Sports 2000 cars, providing some very quick lap times here as they are matched up against the open wheel Formula Atlantic machinery. Tony Carpenzano with the Toyota-powered Reynard, number 25, continues to have fast time of the session, now down in the 53-second range for his best lap. David Porter, as we said, second quickest in the number 205 at 54.336. Tony Delane in the number 72, the Chevron B21 sports racer, third quickest at 56.125. Rick Bell in the number 78 Ralt Formula Atlantic car in the number 4 slot at 57.153. And Chris Fayen now rounding out the top 5 in the Formula 2000 specification. Van Diemen, number 39, with the best lap of 57.415. Chris Fayen really getting down to business. Now has the the Formula 2000 Championship Series Van Diemen at the number 1 position in the timing charts at 53.757. That is just a couple of hundredths of a second quicker than Tony Carpenzano's Reynard Formula Atlantic car number 25. David Porter in the number 205, the 2-liter sports racer, is third quickest, 54.336. Rick Bell also in the 54-second range, fourth quick in the number 78, 54.896. And Tony Delane rounding out the top 5 in the number 72 Chevron at 55.729. And Carpenzano picks up the pace to move back around Fayen now. Carpenzano with the best lap down in the 52-second range at 52.967. Now some problems for Rick Bell, the number 78, on the pit road and headed back to the paddock area. The latest car to come down on the pit road, Gordon Medenica in the ex-Gilles Villeneuve March Formula Atlantic car. Frank Del Vecchio in the number 13 Van Diemen Formula Ford trying to pick up a little bit of a slipstream as the 2-liter sports racing Chevron goes by as they headed down the Sam Posey straight towards turn number 1. The battle for bragging rights here in this first of 2 practice sessions for our sports racers and Formula cars continuing to go the way of Tony Carpenzano in the number 25 Reynard at 52.967. Chris Fayen just turned his best lap of the session at 53.087, so only about a hundredth of a second separating Carpenzano and Chris Fayen. David Porter, third quickest in the number 205 at 54.336. Rick Bell, even though he has retired to the paddock area, still in the number 4 slot with the number 78 Ralt at 54.896. And Tony Delane in the number 72 rounds out the top 5 at 55.729. Nick Fonte in the Sports 2000 Lola, number 11, is 6th quickest, 56.665. Mitch Eitel's Chevron B31 Sports Racer number 62 is 7th quickest at 56.834. Joe Bozzetta in the number 8 slot in the 16 at 57.237. Dan Chapman's Brabham BT8 is 9th quickest in the number 52 at 57.519. And Kurt Uzbe in the red Chevron Coupe, the number 42, rounds out the top 10 at 58.016. Fastest of the Formula Fords looks to be Jim McNichol in the number 17 at 1 minute .012. Second quickest among the Formula Fords right now, Gianni Nunez in the number 18 at 1 minute 1.459. Chris Fayen on the pit road with the number 39. Fayen, the latest car to head back to the paddock area, so it looks as though the drivers are finding a level that they feel they've achieved as much as they're going to get, and then they head back down onto pit road. So we've already seen Rick Bell in the 78, and now Chris Fayen in the 39 make an early exit from this first of 2 practice sessions for our sports racing and Formula car group as we celebrate day 2 of the 42nd edition of the Lime Rock Historics. Checkered flag being displayed from the starter's stand, marking the conclusion of this practice session for our Formula Car and Sports Racing Group, Group 8 out of 9 on our program. So we'll have the appearance of the big bore production cars next, and then we'll go back to the top of the order, bringing the Formula Juniors out to begin the afternoon segment of our sessions, beginning at 2:20 this afternoon. But next up will be our big bore production cars, the Chevrolet Corvettes and Camaros, Ford Mustangs, Datsun Z cars, all coming out here for their first practice opportunity as part of race group number 9. One of our Formula Ford competitors with some difficulty at the base of the downhill turn, awaiting a tow back to the paddock area as the Lime Rock safety crew is on the scene to provide the assistance needed. And let's take a minute to welcome those of you joining us via our live stream coverage of the Lime Rock Historics. Our camera is positioned down at the base of the Lakeville Bridge at the end of the Sam Posey straightaway to give you a panoramic view of the cars as they come across the start-finish line and head down into turn number 1. And for those of you watching on the live stream, if you notice up on the right-hand corner of the screen, there's a QR code there, and that will give you a link to the Daily Rev, our souvenir program for this weekend's racing events, which will give you the complete weekend schedule as well as entry lists for each of our 9 race groups, as well as some informative and entertaining articles. And so we hope that will enhance your viewing experience with us as we continue to experiment with live stream coverage here for the Lime Rock Historics. Once again, thank you for joining us via the live stream. And if you have any comments, be sure to send them along to the track so we can get to work on improving our coverage of this event for your enjoyment. Looks as though as though it is a quick cleanup down at the diving turn, so we should be ready to bring the cars out for race group number 9, our big bore production cars. The Camaros, Corvettes, Datsun Z cars, among the cars that will populate this racing group. Car number 6 is Chuck Lampe from Ridgefield, Connecticut. The car is a 1968 Chevrolet Camaro done up in the colors of Roger Penske's Sunoco racing team from that year's 1968 Trans Am Series. Jim Glass is in his Chevrolet Corvette, car number 11 out of Kingston, New York. Mark Larson is in the number 12 Ford Boss 302 Mustang. The car originally campaigned in the Canadian Autosports Club series by Gerard Grenier Auto for driver Roger Briere. This is the number 12 Mustang for Mark Larson. Paul Harrington is out of East Falmouth, Massachusetts with the number 13 Chevrolet Monza, originally built for the All-American GT category of the Camel GT Series by Warren Agor and raced in the IMSA Camel GT Series in 1975 and 1976. Car number 21 is George Ladyman, Chevrolet Corvette, out of Skillman, New Jersey. Martin Hanshey is in the number 22, a 1974 Datsun 280Z. Originally the Casey Mollett Datsun 240Z, or 280Z rather, that raced in the SCCA National Championship runoffs in 1978 and later competed in the GTU division of the IMSA Camel GT Championship. Mark Caroluzzi's Datsun 240Z is number 25. He's out of Sherman, Connecticut. And the third of our Z cars will be Taz Squire from Lincolnville, Maine, in car number 25. Alan Levy is in the Porsche 944 Turbo number 29, a car originally built for the Canadian Rothmans Porsche Turbo Cup. Car number 39 is Martin Hosek with his 1978 Chevrolet Corvette. This car campaigned in both the IMSA GTO division as well as the SCCA GT1 and Trans Am series. Don Jacobs is out of Birdsboro, Pennsylvania with the Porsche 914 6 number 51. Then we have our pair of Jaguar XKEs from Brian Donovan's shop, Donovan Motorsports. Jack Bush behind the wheel of the number 61 out of Torrington, Connecticut. And the number 62 is the streetcar version of the Jaguar XKE, converted for racing specifications, driven by John Ogle out of Lenox, Massachusetts. Greg Mendel from just across the road here in Lime Rock, Connecticut, is the driver of the number 77, the former Glenwood Acres ski area Ford Mustang. Michael Gershon is in the Porsche 944 S2 number 87. Damon Joss drives the Porsche 930 Turbo number 92. Car number 93 is the 1973 Ford Capri, driven by Peter Borman from Richmond, Vermont. John Coster is the driver of the Porsche 964 Super Cup car, raced in the Porsche Super Cup Series in Europe in 1992 and 93 as car number 113. Mark Stilson drives the Datsun 240Z number 222. Fred Buoni from Annandale, Virginia is in another of our Datsun Z cars, number 260. And Brookfield, Connecticut's Joe Viola drives the number 262 Datsun 240Z. We round out the field with the number 611 Porsche. This is the Porsche 911 for Lou Yorio from New Fairfield, Connecticut. So that is the lineup of cars that will take part in race group number 9. Lou Yorio's bright yellow Porsche leading the way, followed by the number 11 Chevrolet Corvette for Jim Glass, the Corvette Stingray Roadster. First of our population of Z cars will be the number 262. That is Joe Viola. Right behind him, the number 21, the George Ladyman third generation Chevrolet Corvette, a car that actually started life as a racing car in the mid-1970s, built for SCCA Trans Am and IMSA GT competition, but because of a rules change, the car was never finished, and it wasn't until 2020 that the restoration was actually completed by Jim Glass Corvette in Kingston, New York, and the car took to the racetrack. So it's been more than 40 years from the start of the car until its completion. And it is racing here with us this weekend. This is George Ladyman out of Skillman, New Jersey, in the number 21 Chevrolet Corvette. It's been a busy week for the Donovan Motorsports crew. They were racing at Watkins Glen last weekend. Had some damage on the Jaguar Roadster that Jack Bush is driving. And then also a clutch problem on the John Ogle car. So it has been a busy weekend, and we want to salute the Donovan crew for all their hard work to get both of those cars ready to be part of Historics 42 here at Lime Rock Park. And also a bit of sadness in the Donovan team, as Bob Hebert, who was one of the original drivers of the Jaguar XKE Roadster, now driven by Jack Bush, passed away earlier this week, and he is greatly missed by the Donovan crew and all of us here at Lime Rock Park. Jack Bush starting to knife through traffic here while everybody seems to be taking, or a number of drivers seem to be taking a more leisurely opportunity to get up to speed. The two Donovan Jaguars already pressing the pace here in this first of two practice sessions for our big bore production cars. Well, something of an ominous sign as Jack Bush is already headed to pit lane. He had the Jaguar Roadster up to speed, but now Jack Bush bringing the Donovan number 61 car on the pit road, and looks as though he's going directly back to the paddock area. Nope, going back out on the track. I guess he just wanted to get loose of traffic. So a bit of relief from the Donovan crew as Jack Bush goes back into action with the number 61. Jim Scott driving with some considerable enthusiasm out there with his Porsche, number 755. Right now, Joe Viola shown with the fast time of the session, 1 minute 1.610. In the number 262 Datsun Z car, Lou Yorio's Porsche number 611 currently second quickest, 1 minute 2.006. Jim Scott now up into the number 3 spot in the 755 at 1 minute 3.965. Martin Hosek in the number 39 Corvette fourth quickest, 1 minute 4.630. And the 51 of Don Jacobs rounds out the top 5. That's the Porsche 914-6, and that car with a fast lap of 1 minute 4.905. Viola and Yorio really in a battle out there. Both of them down in the 1 minute range. Joe Viola just turned a lap of 1 minute .009. Lou Yorio only a tenth of a second behind at 1 minute .1. So good battle going on for bragging honors here in practice session number 1 for our cars in Group 9. Between 262, Joe Viola, the Datsun Z car, and the bright yellow number 611 Porsche for Lou Yorio. Jack Bush, third quickest in the Donovan Jaguar number 61 at 1 minute 1.357. Fourth to Jim Scott in the number 755 Porsche at 1 minute 3.965. And Martin Hosek now moving into that 1 minute bracket as well in the number 39 with a 1 minute .449 that puts him in the number 3 position behind Viola and Yorio, and just ahead of Jack Bush in the 61 and the 5th place car of Jim Scott, number 755. 6th is John Ogle in the number 62 Jaguar. 7th to the number 87 Porsche of Michael Gershon. Greg Mendel in the 77 is 8th quickest. That's the Glenwood Acres ski area car. Mark Caraluzzi's number 25 is 9th quickest at 1 minute 4.429. And the Corvette Stingray of Jim Glass rounds out the top 10. Car number 11 with the best lap of 1 minute 4.473. Martin Hosek in the number 39 starting to feel more comfortable with the Corvette. Gets that car down below the 1 minute mark to 58.260 to move to the number one position here in this practice session. Second to Joe Viola. He's now also below the 1 minute mark in the number 262 Datsun Z car at 59.775. Then in third, it's Lou Yorio's number 611 Porsche, 1 minute .142. Jack Bush is fourth in the number 61 Jaguar at 1 minute .732. And Jim Scott rounds out the top five in the number 755 Porsche at 1 minute 1.529. Everyone continues to chase Martin Hosek. Hosek, the fast time of the session in the number 39 Corvette at 58.260. Lou Yorio now picking up the pace to get below the 1 minute mark. Moves into the number 2 slot at 59.287. His sparring partner Joe Viola, number 262 in the Datsun Z car, now third quickest, 59.575. Then it's Jack Bush at 1 minute .096, fourth quickest. And then Jim Scott, fifth quickest in the number 755 Porsche at 1 minute 1.529. So the battle continuing between Yorio and Viola. They have traded back and forth on who has the better lap time, though Martin Hosek now in the Corvette eclipses them both. He is the only driver in the 59-second range. Yorio and Viola both in the 59-second bracket. Then it's Jack Bush at 1 minute even .0, and Jim Scott, fifth quickest, 1 minute 1.529. Lou Yorio on the pit road with the bright yellow Porsche. Quick check of the tire pressures on the car, and then they will send him back out. Just about 5 minutes remaining now in practice session number 1 for our big bore production cars. Martin Hosek continues to post fast time for the session, the only driver in the 58-second bracket with the Chevrolet Corvette, number 39 at 58.260. Lou Yorio in the bright yellow Porsche 911, number 611, is second quickest at 59.287. Joe Viola's orange Datsun 240Z, number 262, is third quickest at 59.575. Jack Bush in the Jaguar Roadster out of Brian Donovan's shop, the number 61 car, fourth quickest at 1 minute, .010, just shy of getting into that 59-second range by 100th of a second. And Jim Scott rounds out the top 5 in his 1973 Porsche 911, car number 755, with a best lap of 1 minute, 1.529. Now in the number 6 position, it's Michael Gershon's Porsche 944, number 87. Damon Jaws in the Porsche 930, the Porsche Turbo, number 92, is 7th quickest, 1 minute, 2.343. 8th to the 2nd of the Donovan entries, the Jaguar Hardtop for John Ogle, number 62, with a best lap of 1 minute, 2.429. 9th to the Porsche 914-6, driven by Don Jacobs. That is car number 51, best lap for that automobile, 1 minute, 3.308. And Greg Mendel in the Glenwood Acres ski area notchback Ford Mustang number 77 rounds out the top 10 with a best lap of 1 minute, 3.597. Certainly couldn't ask for more variety among the top 10. Corvette, a pair of Porsches, a pair of Porsche 911s, Datsun 240Z, Porsche 944, 2 E-Type Jaguars, a Porsche 914-6, and a Ford Mustang, all making up the top 10. Cool down lap for all of our cars in Group 9. That will give us a chance to catch our breath and then go back to the top of the order with the second practice session for the cars in race group number 1, the Jim Haynes Memorial for Formula Juniors. Coming up as our next track activity here, second and final appearance coming up for the Formula Juniors, and they should be on the track in just a couple of minutes. We are running right on schedule. Scheduled start time for the Formula Juniors is 2:20. We should have all of our cars in race group number 9 clear of the racetrack. And so we will begin the second portion of today's program and our 9 practice groups by going back to the top of the order with the Formula Juniors. And the remaining 9 practice sessions should take us just about to our 6 o'clock curfew here at Lime Rock Park. Also, a reminder for all of our competitors, the afternoon reception and dinner has an earlier start time this year. Ross Myers and the Three Dog Garage will be your host for our cocktail party beginning at 5:30, and that will take place up under the big white tent at the top of the infield area here at Lime Rock Park. So a little bit earlier start time for our cocktail party and participant dinner beginning at 5:30 this afternoon. So those of you who are going to be completed with your track activities will be invited to join us for an early start for the party hosted by the cocktail party hosted by Three Dog Garage and our honored collector Ross Myers, and that will begin at 5:30 this afternoon. Speaking of Ross Myers and our honored collector for the weekend, there is a tremendous display of the cars from the Myers collection underneath the tent right behind the Skip Barber Tower. Lots of Ford racing history contained therein. Cars with some Lime Rock connection. The 1967 Mercury Cougar, similar to the car that Peter Revson drove to the Trans Am victory in Lime Rock's first Trans Am race in 1967, is on display down there, as is a Boss 302 Mustang driven by George Fulmer, who was teammate to 1970 Trans Am winner Parnelli Jones. The other car that is a must-see down there is the Battlebird, the 1957 Thunderbird that was adapted for road racing and speed trials. If you have never seen the Battlebird, it is truly one of a kind and well worth your time to have a look at in the Ross Myers Ford collection from Three Dog Garage. And again, they are located directly behind the Skip Barber Tower in the main paddock here at Lime Rock Park. Don't forget to visit our swap meet, which is going on in the B paddock area, the area adjacent to the downhill turn here at Lime Rock Park. We want to welcome all of the folks who are taking part in the swap meet. They occupy the first row in the B paddock area. So if you are looking for an automotive project or perhaps some parts and pieces for the restoration that you're working on, be sure to stop by and visit the swap meet area located at the entry to the B paddock adjacent to the downhill turn here at Lime Rock Park. Open Wheel Formula Juniors ready to have their second practice opportunity of the day as we memorialize the 1963 Formula Junior National Champion and longtime Lime Rock promoter Jim Haynes, naming this race group in his honor. And as we said in the morning portion of our coverage, a nice mix of the very early Formula Juniors, the front-engined Italian Stangulinis and the Oscas, along with the English Elva and the American-built Huffaker, mixing in with the later model mid-engine cars in the lifespan of Formula Junior, which extended from 1959 to 1964. Open-wheel single-seat open-wheel Formula racing cars with a production-based 1,000cc engine. The Italian cars chose the Fiat power plant, while most of the English and American-built cars relied on four-cylinder engines from either the English Ford or the British Motors Corporation. Let's get caught up on some times here in practice session number 2 for our Formula Juniors. Robert Homke with the quick lap so far at 1 minute 3.372. And now Robert Mirabile to the top of the charts at 1 minute 3.122 in his 1962 Cooper Type 59. Joe Colasacco with the front engine 1960 Oscar, again pedaling very quickly around Lime Rock Park in the number 23 with a best lap of 1 minute 3.161. Robert Homke in another of the Type 59 Coopers is third in the rundown. That's car number 4. Best lap of 1 minute 3.372. Fourth to the number 800. That's the Lotus 18 in green and yellow for Joshua Mitchell at 1 minute 3.878. And then Dominic Colasacco, the younger member of the Colasacco clan, currently 5th quickest in the number 3 at 1 minute 4.185. The number 91 Huffaker Formula Junior on the pit road and headed back to the paddock area. That's it, the Richard Spritz number 91 machine. Meanwhile, up front, Robert Mirabile still leading the way in the number 08 at 1 minute 2.004. But now Dominic Colasacco, second quickest in the number 3. The 1962 Ram Formula Junior with a best lap of 1 minute 2.657. Then Dominic's father, Joe Colasacco, third quickest in the number 23, 1 minute 3.161. Robert Homke still in the number 4 slot in the Cooper number 4 at 1 minute 3.163. And Joshua Mitchell rounding out the top 5 in the Lotus 18, number 800, at 1 minute 3.878. Currently 6th is Joe Fuller's Lotus 18, number 612, with a best lap of 1 minute 7.658. The front engine Oscar for Mitch Eitel, number 740, is 7th quickest at 1 minute 9.053. Whit Smith in the Stangolini, another front engine car, just taking over that number 7 spot from Eitel. So it's now the 576 of Whit Smith in 7th, 8th to Mitch Eitel in the number 740. And then Nick Gruel in the number 00 Elva 300, currently 9th quickest at 1 minute 9.086. Rounding out the top 10, the former Fred Stevenson Lotus 18, number 16, for Bruce Revenoff at 1 minute 9.283. Tip of the cap to Joe Colasacco and Mitch Eitel getting those front-engined Oscars into the thick of the action with the later model mid-engine cars, and Whit Smith as well with the Stangolini. So 3 of the front-engine cars from the first year of Formula Junior in 1959 now in the top 10 here in practice session number 2 against relatively newer and more technologically advanced mid-engine Formula Juniors from Lotus and Cooper. Robert Mirabile in the number 02, now the first of the Formula Juniors to get below 1 minute 3. Mirabile now at 1 minute 1.599. Dominic Colasacco still in second, 1 minute 2.657. Joe Colasacco third at 1 minute 3.161. Robert Homke in the Cooper number 4, still fourth at 1 minute 3.163. Joshua Mitchell now up to fifth position in the number 800 Lotus 18 at 1 minute 3.878. Very strong performance in sixth from the Italian Stangulini for Whit Smith, number 576 at 1 minute 6.988. Joe Fuller in the Lotus 18, number 612, is seventh quickest, 1 minute 7.658. Another of our front engine cars, the Oscar for Mitch Eitel, number 740, is eighth quickest, 1 minute 9.053. Ninth to Ralph Salomon, now moving into the eighth position in the 98 at 1 minute 8.5, moving Eitel to ninth, and Nick Gruel now rounding out the top 10 in the 00. That is a 1961 Elva 300 with a best lap of 1 minute 9.086. Just past the halfway point in this second and final practice session for the Formula Juniors of the Jim Haynes Memorial category. Number 240 on the pit road. Checkered flag is out, marking the conclusion of our second and final practice session for our Formula Juniors. Looks as though we have a car spun and stalled in turn number 1. And with that car in a dangerous position, they're going to bring everybody back to pit lane so we can make a speedy recovery of the vehicle down in turn number 1. And then be ready to roll out with practice session number 2. Now it looks as though the car down in the first turn may get rolling on its own. And that will simplify things considerably for the Lime Rock safety crew, as it looks as though they can stay put as the car that had come to a stop is able to drive away. So all of the cars will get the checkered flag and then be directed back to pit lane. And that will allow us to move on to the cars in Group 2, our air-cooled Porsches, next in the on-deck circle for their second and final practice opportunity. Quick track inspection by the Lime Rock safety crew, then we should be ready to continue with the afternoon practice sessions on day number 2 of the Lime Rock Historics. This break in the action does give us a moment or two to salute our partners for the 2024 racing season, including FCP Euro, Delamar Hotels, NBT Bank, Miller Motor Cars, Mazda of Milford, the Sports Car Driving Association, Connecticut Business Systems, a Xerox company, VP Racing Fuels, Pelote Driving Shoes, Spectro Performance Oils, Hummel Brothers Hot Dogs, Pepsi, the Great Falls Brewing Company, brewers of Lime Rock Lager, Haggerty, Thule, Road and Track Magazine, B-Works, Sotheby's, iHeartRadio, Connecticut Seal Coating, A. Verde Storage and Office Solutions, the Skip Barber Racing School, Toyo Tires, MoheganSunCasino.com, Hemmings.com, and Marsh McLennan. Thank you for your support for the 2024 racing season. At the Delamar Hotel and Spa, we know what it means to run like a well-oiled machine. This year we are pleased to sponsor Historic Festival 42. Join us in a toast to all of the drivers, crews, owners, and automotive technicians that have given us a glimpse into this time-honored tradition. And visit us at Delamar Greenwich, Southport, West Hartford, or Traverse City, Michigan to celebrate this great accomplishment. If you're looking for a new pair of driving shoes, be sure to check out Pelote, handcrafted excellence in driving footwear. With deep roots in the racing world, Pelote has outfitted champion drivers for some of the toughest tracks around the world. Each pair of shoes embodies top-tier performance, quality, and design, inspired by the standards of professional drivers. And this weekend, we have a special discount, both online and at Lime Rock Park. Check out the full line of Pelote driving shoes and then take advantage of the special promotion, 10% off your first pair with the code LimeRockPark10. Join us in celebrating our ongoing partnership with Pelote and gear up with the best driving shoes available. Don't forget to visit the Barber Shop, our souvenir and collectibles store located at the base of the infield Spectator Hillside area with their line of official Historic Festival 42 merchandise. Check out all of that they have to offer there at the Barber Shop located at the base of the infield Spectator Hillside area. Our Porsches in race group number 2 ready to head out onto the track. Air-cooled Porsches from the 1960s and 1970s. Mike Jacobellis, who missed the morning practice session in the number 711, quickly getting up to speed, currently shown fifth in the rundown in his number 711 at 1 minute 3.379. Jim Hamlin right now at the top of the charts at 1 minute 1.404. Right behind him, the quick carve from this morning, the number 44 for Mike Piera at 1 minute 2.323. Jeff Nyblum in the number 249, currently third quickest at 1 minute 2.672. Fourth to Del Ore in the number 521 at 1 minute 3.133. And then Jacobellis rounding out the top five at 1 minute 3.379. Jim Hamlin continues to lead the way here, now down below the 1 minute mark. Very impressive 58.923. That is better than a second clear of Mike Piera at 1 minute .050. Mike Jacobellis showing good form in his first outing of the day, having missed this morning's session. Jacobellis currently third quickest at 1 minute .155. David Hutchings in the 310 is fourth at 1 minute .183. And Christopher Turner rounds out the top five in the number 74 at 1 minute .701. Christopher Turner in the green number 74 getting on pace, now moves into the number 3 position with a best lap of 1 minute .026. So we have Jim Hamlin at 58.9, Mike Piera at 59.8, then Turner at 1 minute .026, 1 minute 0.146 for David Hutchings in 4th, and Mike Jacobellis at 1 minute .155 in 5th. 6th also in the 1 minute bracket, Del Ore in 5:21 and 1 minute .2. 77 Hans Werner is 7th quickest, 1 minute 1.434. Jeff Nyblum in the 249 is 8th, 1 minute .731. 9th to David Lee in the number 500 at 1 minute 2.049. And Seamus Brown rounds out the top 10 in the 83 at 1 minute 2.986. Del Ore now jumping up to 3rd in the number 521. An impressive group right in that 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th category. Ore now below the 1 minute mark, 59.884, to put him in the 3rd behind Mike Piera and Jim Hamlin. Chris Turner at 1 minute .026. 4th quickest, David Hutchings in the 3:10. 5th quickest at 1 minute .146. Jim Hamlin really the pace setter here, the only driver in the 58-second range at 58.923. That is 9/10 of a second quicker than Mike Piera in the 44. Watching the clock count down here on practice session number 2 for our air-cooled Porsches, the cars in race group number 2. Jim Hamlin has established himself at the top of the order, and nobody's been able to bump him out of that position. Best lap for the number 18 Porsche, 58.923, the only car in the 58-second bracket. Mike Piera at 59.877 is second quickest. Del Ore in the number 3 slot, 59.877. And just now, Chris Turner moves into the number 2 slot in the number 74, 59.523. David Hutchings now to third, 59.735. He also just turned his quick lap of the session. That bumps Mike Piera down to fourth in the number 44 at 59.877. And Del Ore now rounding out the top 5 in the number 521 at 59.884. Number of drivers electing to make an early exit from this practice session as we are down into the closing minutes of the second and final practice opportunity for the cars in race group number 2. And if watching all these cars speed around Lime Rock Park has motivated you to get more involved with high-performance driving, we have a number of opportunities available to you here at Lime Rock Park. The Lime Rock Drivers Club has a special Member for a Day program in which you bring your own car to Lime Rock Park and test the limits of both your driving skill and the car's potential. It's also an opportunity to check out the club while mixing with members both on and off the track. The program offers visitors 4 hours of uncluttered track time, and if you're frustrated by being held up in traffic, come and experience a different approach with the Lime Rock Drivers Club. The Lime Rock Drivers Club daily fee includes professional in-car coaching every time you go on track, with the coach giving you immediate feedback through a state-of-the-art helmet-to-helmet communication system. Full hospitality is also included for yourself and a guest with each track day. And don't worry about a helmet, we even have those available. One of the benefits of being a Lime Rock Drivers Club member is the hospitality that is included with every membership that covers not only you but also a guest. You can see the gang up on the hill in the outfield chalet overlooking Big Bend while enjoying the best viewing spot at Lime Rock Park. For more information about the Lime Rock Drivers Club, visit their worldwide website, www.limerockclub.com. And we have another new program at Lime Rock Park called Lime Rock Park Drive. Visit limerockpark.com/drive to learn more about how you can get yourself on track in your own car or in one of our rentals. And once again, the website for the new Lime Rock Drive program is limerock.com/drive to learn more. While you're with us today, don't forget to visit the Midway area. Not only do we have a wide variety of food vendors up there, but there are a wide array of automotive-related vendors there as well, so be sure to visit the infield Midway area during your visit with us here for Historic Festival 42. And don't forget our swap meet going on down in the B Paddock area. If you are looking for a new automotive project or perhaps the parts and pieces to complete something already in your garage, The swap meet is located right at the entry to the B paddock, adjacent to the downhill turn here at Lime Rock Park. Lime Rock Park now has its own custom-designed timepiece. The Autodromo Lime Rock Park Edition Prototipo chronograph has been carefully designed by avid vintage racer and LRP regular Bradley Price, who created the watch specifically with a track day at Lime Rock Park in mind. The tachometer has been calibrated to the length of the track so you can tell your average lap speed at a glance. For more information, visit autodromo.com. Counting down the few remaining seconds here in the second and final practice opportunity for our drivers in race group number 2, the air-cooled Porsche category. Checkered flag coming down to mark the conclusion of the second and final practice session for the cars in race group number 2. Waiting in the wings are amalgamation of the pre-1940 and the late 1940 race groups. Race group number 3 covering a wide span of racing history as they get ready in the on-deck circle. As we said, quite a mix of cars going out here for this race group, which includes pre-1940s era automobiles, as exemplified by Peter Greenfield with the 1933 Alfa Romeo 2600 Monza. Also looking for Tom Clifford in the 1929 Type 37 Bugatti. Then we have a number of cars from the post-war era, the MGT types, as well as our contingent of H-modifieds with the little 750C Crossley four-cylinder engines, including the ex-Candy Pool PBX, now owned and driven by Santos Spadaro, car number 74. The Voigt Crossley for Richard Campbell, number 91. And the Jabro 750 of Kevin Clemens, number 675. Lou Timolat with his Indianapolis Roadster also out there. That's the Offenhauser powered number 2 car, the chassis designed by A.J. Watson. This style of car dominated the Indianapolis 500 in the 1950s and early 1960s. Somewhat out of character in this group is the number 28. That is the 1967 Gilbert Cheetah, built for competition in the Indianapolis 500, originally driven by Maston Gregory and then later owned by Bill Simpson, the developer of a number of racing safety products under the banner of Simpson Safety Equipment. And when Bill Simpson got the car, he installed a Chevrolet engine in it, replacing the four-cylinder Offenhauser power plant, and used it not only for United States Auto Club events, but also raced with the Sports Car Club of America Formula 5000 series. The car is now owned and driven by Steve Francis of New Milford, Connecticut. Not surprisingly, the Gilbert Cheetah with the fast practice time in the session at 1 minute 8.771. Peter Greenfield currently second fastest at 1 minute 11.710. Then the first of our MGT types, that's the number 283 for Kurt Burns, 1951 TD model MG with a best lap of 1 minute 12.200. Looking for Frank Filingeri to pick up the pace in the number 928. He was the quickest of the MGT types in this morning's first practice session for these cars. Some different names in the top 5 from this morning's practice session for these cars. Steve Francis, a familiar name at the top of the order with the Chevrolet-powered Gilbert Cheetah Indy car from 1967. Peter Greenfield, second quickest, several generations removed with the 1933 Alfa Romeo 2600 Monza. Kurt Burns onto the charts for the first time in the number 283. He leads the MGT types at 1 minute 12.209. Graham Scaife in the number 757, currently fourth quickest, another TD model MG at 1 minute 12.470. And Michael Barstow now fifth quickest in the number 450 TD MG at 1 minute 12.887. Frank Filingeri, who was the quickest of the T-types this morning, currently shown down in seventh position. In sixth, it's John Oliva in the first of the H modifieds, the Jabro Crossley number 11 at 1 minute 12.890. Then seventh quickest, Filingeri in the 928 at 1 minute 12.968. Chris Towner's Morgan, number 746, eighth quickest, 1 minute 13.369. The Alpha Giulietta for Ed Metalman is ninth quickest at 1 minute 4.7. And Richard Odgers in another of our Morgans, number 659, rounds out the top 10. Problems apparently cropping up for Kurt Burns in the number 283. He was third quickest overall and the fastest car among the MGT types. But he now seems to be stranded out on the grass at the exit to Big Bend, right on the outside of the short chute that leads to the S's. Looks as though they're going to bring everybody back to pit lane so they can move the Burns car from that position that potentially could cause problems if anybody else goes off course in that area. So we will have a temporary halt to practice session number 3 while the Lime Rock safety crew goes to work to retrieve the number 283 driven by Kurt Burns. Lime Rock safety crew attending to the Kurt Burns car. Looks as though it could be an easy retrieval there. The car still seems to be able to roll, so they will flat tow it across the track to the pit gate right at the entry to the S's. And then we should get back to the continuation of this practice session. But a tough break for Burns, as we said, the quickest of the MGT types in this afternoon practice session, but something mechanically giving out on the car that put him out in the grass on the exit to Big Bend, right on the short chute leading to the S's. Looks as though George Holman in the Stutz is going to make an early exit as well. That is the 1929 Stutz Special, number 87. Probably the car with the largest displacement engine out there, certainly dwarfing the little Jabro H Modifieds. But Holman apparently encountering some problems once they brought the car back to pit lane, and so he will go back to his designated spot in the paddock area. Speaking of designated spots in the paddock area, we hope you've picked up either a copy of the virtual Daily Rev, our souvenir program for this event, and installed it on your smartphone, or picked up a paper copy of the guide to this weekend's racing events. All of our entrants are in assigned positions in the paddock area, so if you would like to get a closer look at one car in particular, find the race group and its number, and then you will find a pair of coordinates indicating that it's in either the A paddock or the B paddock. And from there, we have what we hope will prove to be a handy map showing you where all of our competitors are located. So be sure to take advantage of that as an opportunity for you to visit with your favorite cars and drivers during the 42nd running of the Historics here at Lime Rock Park. Lou Timolat bringing the Watson Roadster onto pit lane, the number 2 car, representative of the cars that dominated the field at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the 1950s and early 1960s. Timolat actually with a pair of Indianapolis-based racers here. If you'd like to have a look at a bit of American racing history, he is located in the far end of the A paddock down towards the exit to Big Bend. Certainly worth your visit, and perhaps a couple of photographs of some American racing heritage on display here at Lime Rock Park. Checkered flag is out for the cars in race group number 3. Fast lap of the session to Steve Francis in the Chevrolet-powered Gilbert Cheetah IndyCar. Peter Greenfield, as we said, many decades removed from the 1967 Gilbert Cheetah with his 1933 Alfa Romeo, currently second quickest in the number 41, 1 minute 4.464. 1 minute 10.464. I think I misspoke there. Kurt Burns, third quickest at 1 minute 11.645. Michael Barstow in the number 450 was fourth quickest, 1 minute 11.778. Graham Scaife in the number 757 MGTD, fifth quickest, 1 minute 11.838. In 11th was the first of the Crossley-powered H-modifieds for John Oliva, number 11, at 1 minute 12.752. Seventh to the number 928, the MGTD of Frank Filingeri at 1 minute 12.968. Chris Towner in the number 746 Morgan was eighth quickest. Ed Meadelman's Alfa Romeo, number 19, was settled into the ninth spot at 1 minute 13.520. And the Morgan of Richard Odgers, number 659, rounded out the top 10. Just missing the top 10 was George Holman in the Big Stutz, the number 87, 11th quickest at 1 minute 16.653. Followed by the PBX of Santos Spadaro, number 74, in 12th at 1 minute 17.218. Kevin Clemens in the number 675 H-modified Jabro was 13th, 1 minute 18.102. 19th to Richard Campbell in the Voigt Crossley H-modified, number 91, at 1 minute 22.263. And Doug Fisher in the Windy City Special, the Ford-powered dirt track car, number 10, was 15th quickest at 1 minute 22.692. So that wraps it up for the day for the cars in race group number 3. Next up in race group number 4 will be our GT and sports cars with displacements up to 2,000 cc's from the 1960s and 1970s. And also included in this group will be our contingent of Mazda Miatas. Though they fall somewhat out of the time range, They are modern classics, and many of the cars in this group, Mazda Miatas in this group rather, driven by members of the Lime Rock Drivers Club. Great mix of cars going out here in the second practice session for race group number 4. Aston Martins, MGBs, Datsun Z car, Lotus 7, Rich Malumian's Austin Healey 104, the Brabham BT8 for Dan Chapman, Martin Hosek in the V8 Devon Special, Lotus 23 in this group. A couple of Lotus 23s, as a matter of fact. The Triumph TR7, Charles Borden in the Ford Falcon-powered Filson Special, number 123, all lining up to go out for race group number 4. And if you're following along in your program, you'll want to make a note that Kurt Johnston's car, which appears as number 11 for the numbers on the flanks, the 1979 Triumph TR7 is actually showing on your scoring system as car number 1. Car number 11 on the scoring system is Chris Domingo in the Lotus 7. The Mazda Miatas we see participating in this group, giving us a little bit of a preview of our season finale here at Lime Rock Park, which will be the second edition of MiataCon, where we celebrate all things associated with the popular Mazda Miata. We will have a variety of racing classes featuring all generations of the Mazda Miata taking part in events on the mile-and-a-half circuit. The FCP Euro Proving Grounds will have a Mazda Miata Autocross series. We will also have a car show, as well as a track day for Mazda enthusiasts. So if you'd like more information about our upcoming season finale, be sure to go to our worldwide website, www.limerock.com, and then look for the tab marked MiataCon 2024, coming up at the end of October here at Lime Rock Park. Once again, the Lotus 7s get off to a quick start. Craig Chima in the number 5, currently with the fast time of the session, 1 minute .602. Our visitor from England, Jack Rawls, with the Austin Healey BN7, currently second quickest, the number 12 with the best lap of 1 minute 2.888. Chris Domingo in the number 11 Lotus 7, third quickest at 1 minute 3.009. And Martin Hosek currently fourth in the rundown with the Chevrolet-powered Devon Wide Body Special. Best lap for the 39, 1 minute 3.064. Fourth to the Lotus 23 of Kurt Uzbe, number 42, at 1 minute 3.411. Sixth currently the Porsche 944 for John Gilliland at 1 minute 4.062. Paul Stinson's Lotus 7, number 7, seventh in the rundown. So 777 there for Stinson, 1 minute 4.118. Hervé Park in the Ginetta number 111, eighth quickest at 1 minute 4.134. Ninth to the first of the Mazda Miatas, that's Stuart Hawkins in the Special Olympics Connecticut number 6 car at 1 minute 5.270. And another of our Mazda Miata competitors from the Lime Rock Drivers Club, Patrick Daly, rounding out the top 10 in the number 53 with a best lap of 1 minute 5.332. Got to be impressed with our English visitor, Jack Rawls, on his first visit to Lime Rock Park. Has the Austin Healey number 12 into fourth position at 1 minute 2.888. Martin Hosek has found a little bit of momentum, getting the wide-body Devon now back into the number 1 position at 1 minute .258. Craig Chima keeping pace with him, 1 minute .341. Chris Domingo third quickest in the number 11 at 1 minute 1.157. Then Jack Rawls in the number 12 Austin Healey is fourth, and Kurt Uzbey in the first of the Lotus 23s. Number 42 shows up in fifth position here in practice session number 2 for the cars in race group number 4. One of the more unusual cars in this group is the Triumph TR250 for Henry Fry out of North Granby, Connecticut, the yellow number 29. The TR250 was something of a interim car, basically a Triumph TR4 with the fuel-injected 6-cylinder engine in it. And then the car evolved into the Triumph TR6. Which was notable for its inline 6-cylinder engine. So something of a rare Triumph here in race group number 4, the Triumph TR250 driven by Henry Fry out of North Granby, Connecticut. Fry currently shown 13th in the rundown with a best lap of 1 minute 6.329. Kurt Uzbey starting to make some progress up through the ranks. Now has the Lotus 23 into fourth position in this second practice session with a best lap of 1 minute 2.286, still trailing behind Martin Hosek, who has the fast lap of the session in the number 39 at 1 minute .258. Craig Chima in the number 5, second quickest, also in the 1 minute range at 1 minute .341. Chris Domingo in the Lotus 7 now is third quickest at 1 minute 1.157. Then Uzbey in the Lotus 23, number 42, fourth quickest, 1 minute 2.286. And Jack Rawls in the 1959 Austin Healey, the red and black, number 12, currently fifth in the rundown at 1 minute 2.888. And Craig Chima now getting a quick time in the session, moving around Martin Hosek. So the very nimble Lotus 7 currently at the top of the charts, the first driver in this group to get below the 1 minute mark, recording a lap of 59.958 to move into the top spot. That is Craig Chima in the Lotus 7, number 5. Continuing at the rundown, Hervé Park is now fifth quickest in the number 111, behind Chima, Hosek, Domingo, and Uzbey. Hervé Park in the number 11, fifth quickest, 1 minute 2.619. Then it's Jack Rawls in the Austin Healey, number 12, at 1 minute 2.888. John Gilliland in the Porsche 944, the number 36. Seventh quickest, 1 minute 3.625. Eighth rider is the number 7, of Paul Stinson at 1 minute 3.744. Stuart Hawkins in the number 6 Miata is 9th quickest, 1 minute 4.359. And Patrick Daly rounds out the top 10 in number 53 at 1 minute 4.482. Greg Chima proving to be hard to catch here in this second practice session for the cars in Group 4. Chima, the only driver to get below the 1 minute mark, just squeaking under at 59.958. Martin Hosek still second quickest, 1 minute 2.258. The Lotus 7 of Chris Domingo, number 11, third quickest, 1 minute 1.157. Lotus 23, Sports Racer for Kurt Uzbe, number 42, is fourth quickest at 1 minute 1.205. And Hervé Park continues to round out the top 5 in the Ginetta, the bright yellow, number 111, with a best lap of 1 minute 2.619. Second and final practice for race group number 4 reaches its conclusion with Craig Chima at the top of the charts. As we have mentioned several times, the only driver to get below the 1 minute mark at 59.958 in the number 5 Lotus. Martin Hosek in the wide-body Devon, the number 39, second quickest, 1 minute 2.58. Chris Domingo in the Lotus 7 is third quickest in number 11 at 1 minute 1.157. Number 4 slot goes to Kurt Uzbe in the number 42 Lotus 23 at 1 minute 1.205. Fifth in the rundown will be Hervé Park, number 111 at 1 minute 2.406 for the yellow Janetta G4. Jack Rawls in the Austin Healey, number 12, was sixth quickest, 1 minute 2.888. John Gilliland in the Porsche 914, number 35, goes into the number 7 slot at 1 minute 2.946. The Janetta G16 Sports Racer, the blue and gold, number 4 for Laurent Fumé, is eighth quickest at 1 minute 3.506. Ninth to the number 7 Lotus Super 7 of Paul Stinson at 1 minute 3.744. And Stuart Hawkins in the Mazda Miata number 6 rounds out the top 10 with a best lap of 1 minute 4.359. That moves us on to race group number 5. This is our Tin Tops group. Basically racing sedans from the 1960s and 1970s, cars that competed in the SCCA B, C, and D sedan classes, the IMSA RS series, as well as the 2.5-liter division of the Trans Am Championship, all coming out for race group number 5 and their second and final appearance of the day. Simon Kirkby on pit lane with the number 777 is the Sunbeam Imp. Looks like Simon made a late exit from the staging area, so he will join the practice session already in progress. Joe Courtney, who missed the morning session when the Alfa Romeo that he, number 77, was reluctant to start, manages to make it out for this second practice opportunity. Looks like there are some problems for the number 70 of David Porter, the Lotus Cortina, sitting on pit lane. I'm not sure David Porter has actually made his way to the car yet. He may have been out in the earlier session with the Lotus 23, and they have placed the car on pit lane, but so far Porter has not reported for the driving assignment in this session. Car's now starting to pick up the pace a little bit after they get a little bit of heat into the tires. Mike Agnifilo for the moment at the top of the charts at 1 minute 3.873 in his number 20 Datsun 510. Joe Courtney second quickest. And the number 77 at 1 minute 5.950. Gaspar Fazzulo in the four-cylinder Porsche number 810, third quickest, 1 minute 7.813. The Alfa Romeo Alfetta for Lon Barrett, number 44, is fourth quickest, 1 minute 7.835. And Robert Brady in another of the popular Alfa Romeo GTVs, this the number 191, rounds out the top five at 1 minute 7.914. Mike Agnifilo and Joe Courtney continue to occupy the first and second positions in this second practice session for our Tin Tops. Up to third now, Gaspar Fasulo in the Porsche 912, number 810. Jonathan Draper moving his BMW into the top 5 for the first time, currently shown in fourth position in the number 62 with a best lap of 1 minute 7.427. And Robert Brady in the number 191 Alpha GTV, now rounding out the top 5 at 1 minute 7.792. Currently sixth is John Clerk and the quickest of the Austin Mini Coopers. That's the number 18 with a best lap of 1 minute 7.798. Then Lon Barrett is in seventh position with the Alfa Romeo Alfetta. Best lap time for the number 44, 1 minute 7.835. Eighth to the Alpha GTV of Michael Donnelly, number 146, posting a time of 1 minute 9.315. Jorge Santos in the Datsun 1200, the number 68, ninth in the rundown at 1 minute 10.205. And Simon Kirkby, who just rolled on the pit road for some consultation with his crew, currently 10th quickest in the number 777. That is the 1963 Hillman Imp. Mike Joy in the number 48 Datsun 510 rolling down on the pit road. We've seen the Fox NASCAR reporter and commentator in Trans Am style machinery here before, but usually it's V8 powered. So this is Mike's first experience with the 4-cylinder Datsun here at Lime Rock Park. The number 36 BMW also on the pit road. And it looks as though Mike is going to take the number 48 back to the paddock area. So an early exit for Mike Joy in the number 48 number 48 Datsun 510. John Clerk, very impressive in the Mini Cooper, the yellow number 18, now third quickest overall, behind Joe Courtney and Mike Agnifilo. Jonathan Draper in the BMW number 62, fourth. Lon Barrett has the Alfetta back up into the top 5. That's the number 44. Gaspar Fasulo in the Porsche bumped out of the top 5, currently shown sixth in the rundown in car number 810. Then a pair of Alfa Romeos for Robert Brady, number 191 in 7th, and the 146 of Michael Donnelly in 8th. Simon Kirkby up to 9th now in the number 777 Hillman Imp. And John Wood rounding out the top 10 in the number 36 BMW. That was the car we just saw pulling onto pit lane. Gaspar Fasulo, meanwhile, on pit road and now headed back to the paddock area in the 4-cylinder Porsche, car number 810. Joe Courtney, number 77, making a visit to pit lane, currently second in the rundown. Best lap time of 1 minute 4.841 for the number 77 Alpha. Still trying to track down Mike Agnifilo, who leads the way in the number 20 Datsun with a best lap of 1 minute 3.873. Well, we never saw the David Porter car, the Lotus Cortina, get out onto the track. Car is sitting on pit lane, but I don't think Porter ever reported over to get into the driver's seat. So the car that was fastest from this morning sessions basically sidelined for the afternoon, and that has opened the door for Mike Agnifilo to move into the top spot here in the second round of practice for the tin top category cars, group number 5. Agnifilo continues to sit atop the charts with a best lap of 1 minute 3.873. Joe Courtney still in second, 1 minute 4.841. John Clerk, very impressive in the little Mini Cooper. Number 18, currently third quickest at 1 minute 5.535. Jonathan Draper's BMW is in the number 4 slot. Car number 62 had the best lap of 1 minute 6.526. And Lon Barrett with the number 44, the 1976 Alfa Romeo Alfetta, rounds out the top 5 with the best lap of 1 minute 7.067. Our Volvo Amazon back onto pit lane. This is the Model 122 Volvo for Chris Mason, a car that competed in the revival of the Mexican road race, the Carrera Pan America. Best lap time for the number 282 was 1 minute 15.760. As the checkered flag comes down, bringing the second and final practice session for the cars in group number 5 to a conclusion. Congratulations to Mike Agnifilo as he occupies the number 1 position in terms of the fast lap in the session with his number 20 Datsun 510. Best lap time for Mike Agnifilo, 1 minute 3.873. We keep things rolling here with the cars in race group number 6. Production cars and a mix of sports racers coming out for this group. Stu Forer and the number 48 Turner just headed out onto the track. Jackie Amorosa in her Triumph TR3 exiting pit lane. The popular bathtub Porsche number 8 for John Gilliland, done up in the Gulf Racing Team colors, made famous at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Making his way out onto the track, just now going under the Liqui Bridge and into turn number 1. Carl Whitney in the Mark 9 Lotus, the first car to complete our first lap of this warm-up session. This is the ex-Dave Belden Lotus Mark 9. The Mark 9 Lotus, the car that was the prototype for the Lotus 7, which became a contender in American sports racing classes as well as in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And the Mark 9, the prototype for that car, first brought into the United States in the early 1950s. Imported and raced originally by Frank Baptista, later owned by Dave Belden, and now under the guidance of Carl Whitney, car number 215, the Lotus Mark 9. Also out in this session is John Dunnock in one of the sports Renaults, the car that created the SCCA Spec Racer category back in the mid-1980s. The original Spec Racer cars built by a subsidiary of the SCCA called SCCA Enterprises, a single design class originally supported by Renault, and then later when Renault left the American marketplace, the car went from being called a sports Renault to a Spec Racer powered by a 4-cylinder Ford power plant. And 40 years later, the Spec Racer is still one of the most popular cars in Sports Car Club of America amateur competition. But this is John Dunnock with one of the very early examples of the sports Renault, car number 222. Just crossing the start-finish line, the number 14, the Fiat Abarth 1000. This was a car that raced in the SCCA D sedan class. And the Fiat Abarth 1000, well known in New England and the northeastern states, where Al Cosentino campaigned this car in the D sedan category, racing out of the Fazza Squadra shops in nearby Brewster, New York. Alain Raymond is the pilot of the car this weekend out of Brome, Quebec, Canada, visiting us from north of the border, and the number 14 Fiat Abarth 1000 TC. John Einhorn back in action with us in the Austin Healey 3000, originally developed by Bob Kilpatrick under the banner of former Glory Racing. Einhorn in the number 26, a regular competitor with us in the Lime Rock Historics over the years. Jim Bach, also in this session in the Lotus 7, a longtime competitor with the Vintage Sports Car Club of America. Bach out of Southport, Connecticut, racing the number 65 Lotus 7. Peter Kraus back in action in the number 35. Kraus, for many years, a competitor with us in the Sports 2000 category, and also one of the most notable driver coaches in the vintage and historic racing ranks. And Peter Kraus going back somewhat to his origins, as he was a Fiat racer for many years and now makes the debut this weekend of his new Fiat X19. The car was built by Judge Parker, the Fiat Abarth expert, and now making its debut here at Lime Rock Park. This is Peter Kraus in the number 35 Fiat X19, racing out of Durham, North Carolina. We mentioned Peter Kraus debuting the Fiat X19. He is certainly doing that to good effect, currently with fast lap of the session at 1 minute 5.305. Carl Whitney currently second quickest in the Lotus 9 at 1 minute 7.497. Jim Bach in the Lotus 7, number 65, currently third in the rundown at 1 minute 8.399. In fourth position is Dirk Burrows, the number 59 Alfa Romeo Giulietta, with a best lap of 1 minute 8.975. And the Alfa Romeo Spider for Michael Lawton, the red number 4, currently rounding out the top 5 at 1 minute 7.704. Norm Burke and Ed Sanson using a little bit of time here to get up to speed, still chasing Peter Kraus. Kraus in the blue and yellow Fiat X19 continues to have the fast lap of the session at 1 minute 5. Well, as soon as I said that, we had a change. Tom Brown in the Spitfire. The blue number 18 now into the number 1 position at 1 minute 5.222. Peter Kraus bumped down to second, 1 minute 5.305. Norm Burke in the Elva Courier, the number 6, currently third quickest, 1 minute 6.217. Kevin Gosselin in the Triumph Spitfire is fourth quickest. That's the car number 901 at 1 minute 6.218. And Ed Sanson in the Alfa Giulietta Spider Veloce, number 55, is fifth quickest at 1 minute 7.431. Carl Whitney slots into the number 6 position with the number 215 Lotus Mark 9 at 1 minute 7.497. The Alpha Spider for Michael Lawton, currently 7th quickest, 1 minute 7.704. He is followed by Roger Casson, the number 256, currently 8th in the rundown at 1 minute 7.943. Jim Bach is shown in 9th in the number 65 Lotus 7 at 1 minute 8.282. And Dirk Burrows in the Alpha Giulietta, number 59, rounds out the top 10 at 1 minute 8.975. .901, Kevin Gosselin, who we just called as the car 4th in the rundown, headed back to the paddock area just about halfway through this second and final practice opportunity for the cars in race group number 6. So we'll see if Gosselin can hang on to that number 4 position or whether there are cars still finding some additional speed in the second half of this session for the cars in race group number 6. Taking a look down through the times posted for the session, no big changes at the moment. Still Thomas Brown at the top in the Triumph Spitfire. Peter Krause in the Fiat X19 second. Norm Burke in the Elva Courier third. Kevin Goslin, who's already gone back to the paddock area, still sitting in fourth in the 901. And Ed Sanson in number 55 rounding out the top five. That's the Alfa Romeo. Carl Whitney and Ed Sanson now with identical times posted in the session. Sanson at 1 minute 7.146 and an identical time down to the thousandth of a second for Carl Whitney. Because Sanson set his time first, that bumps Whitney down into sixth position. Seventh to Michael Lawton in the Alfa Romeo number 4. Eighth to Roger Casson in the Alfa Romeo number 256. Jim Bach still holding on to ninth in the Lotus 7, number 65, and Dirk Burrows rounding out the top 10 in the number 59, and that is another of the Alfa Romeo Giuliettas. Ed Sanson finally breaks the tie with Carl Whitney by going a little bit quicker. Number 55 continues to hold down the number 5 position in the rundown at 1 minute 6.863. Just 1/1000th of a second, meanwhile, separating Norm Burke in the number 6 and Kevin Goslin in the 901, currently shown third and fourth on the speed chart. Burke at 1 minute 6.217, Goslin at 1 minute 6.218. Now, Kevin Goslin has already gone back to the paddock area, so it looks as though, for the moment at least, Norm Burke secure in the number 3 slot with the Elva Courier number 6 at 1 minute 6.217. Checkered flag coming down to mark the conclusion of the second practice session of the day for our cars in Group 5. That means that our World Challenge cars are waiting in the wings, ready to come out for their second practice appearance of the day. Cars in race group number 6, or rather race group number 7. Cars from race group number 6 just headed back to the paddock area. Talking with our race chairman, Skip Barber, a bit earlier, he really feels that this World Challenge category is the shape of the future for vintage racing, bringing in somewhat more contemporary cars and drivers, and bringing in a younger audience as well. So he is very enthusiastic about the appearance of the World Challenge here this weekend. And largely this was a cooperative effort between Skip Barber and Peter Cunningham, a number of conversations over the winter months. Cunningham, of course, the former championship-winning driver in the World Challenge Series, noted for his long association with Acura. And Peter has brought a number of the World Challenge specification Acuras to Lime Rock Park for the weekend. They're located right down towards where the cars come off of the pit lane and into the paddock area is where you'll find the Peter Cunningham compound if you'd like to get a good look at these Acura World Challenge specification cars that have been brought to Lime Rock Park for this weekend. Let's look at the cars that will make up race group number 7. Chip Hare out of Lidditz, Pennsylvania, is in a 2007 Audi A4, car number 1. This car competed in the World Challenge touring car class from 2005 to 2008. Ray Zissa is in the Chevrolet Corvette number 4, originally prepared for World Challenge competition for the 1990-91 season by noted Corvette specialist Kim Baker. Peter Tonelli with another of the World Challenge specification cars, the 1993 Toyota Supra number 7, originally started out as a safety car with the PPG IndyCar Series and later competed in the World Challenge and IMSA endurance races. Christian Berzin is the driver of the number 10. The car is a 1987 BMW M3, originally built and campaigned for the Belgian Saloon Car or Sedan Championship, then brought to the United States in 2019 for participation in vintage and historic racing. Berzin hails from Alexandria, Virginia. Ken Fitzgerald is out of Ellicott City, Maryland. The car is a 1991 Lotus Esprit X180R, the racing version of the popular Lotus Supercar. The car competed in both the IMSA Bridgestone Supercar Series and the SCCA World Challenge between 1991 and 1995. George Kaufman's Ford Mustang is entered by Three Dog Garage, the museum run by our honored collector Ross Myers. This car was originally used as a driving school car by the Bob Bondurant Driving School from 1994 to 2000. The car is a 1994 Ford Mustang. Kermit Upton's BMW is number 26. The veteran racer out of Windsor, Vermont, brought this Group N-based race car to the United States in February of 1994, where it was prepared at Upton's Mountain Autosports Shop in Vermont, raced in the World Challenge Series between 1994 and 1999, and class wins included not only here at Lime Rock Park on Memorial Day weekend in 1995, but also a double victory in 1999 at Road Atlanta. Christopher Turner's car is a 1996 Porsche Carrera 993, number 29. Travis Washe is in the Volkswagen Golf number 30, a car that competed in the Touring Class A category of the Pirelli World Challenge in the 2018 season. The well-known Peter Cunningham from Saukville, Wisconsin, is in the Acura TSX in the familiar colors of real-time racing, number 42. This is the car that was the two-time World Challenge Touring Car Champion in 2005 and 2008. Josh Brown is in another of the popular front-wheel drive Volkswagen GTIs, car number 85. Peter A.J. Tonelli is in the World Challenge specification Dodge Viper number 88. Dave Nagler scheduled to be out there in the number 101, another of the Lotus X180Rs from the Bridgestone Supercar Series. We did see Nagler having some mechanical problems earlier, so we'll hopefully see that car in action in session 2. Steve Katz is in the Porsche GT3 Cup car number 113 out of Bardonia, New York. This car originally ran in the Brazilian version of the Porsche Cup in 2005. Zephyr Belsky is in another of our Acuras, number 517. This car raced in the IMSA and Grand Am Motorola Cup during 2000 and 2001. And John Whitaker is in the former Pierre Kleinebing 2009 World Challenge Touring Car winner. The car is a 2009 Acura 2SX number 881. That should cover the cars in race group number 7. This is our featured category for the weekend, the revival of the World Challenge Series coming here to Lime Rock Park for 2024. Steve Katz with the Brazilian-based Porsche number 113 is the pace setter early in this session at 56.644. Travis Washe, second quickest in the number 30 Volkswagen at 1 minute .087. Peter Cunningham in his Acura TSX number 42, currently third in the rundown. Now let me correct that. Kermit Upton second quickest at 58.858. Then Peter Cunningham third quickest at 59.089. Chip Hare in the number 1, the Audi fourth quickest, 59.289. And Travis Washe in the number 5 slot at 1 minute .087. Peter Tonelli in the Dodge Viper, the number 88, sixth quickest at 1 minute .654. Ray Zissa in the Chevrolet Corvette number 4 goes into the number 7 position, 1 minute .673. Zephyr Belsky with the Acura number 517 is 8th in the rundown, 1 minute 2.710. Peter A.J. Tonelli in the number 7 Toyota, currently 9th quickest, 1 minute 2.850. And Christian Berzins in the BMW M3 number 10 rounds out the top 10 at 1 minute 4.598. Let's pass along a reminder to all of our competitors in the paddock area. We are doing the evening presentation a little bit differently this year. Thanks to the generosity of Ross Myers and Three Dog Garage, we're going to start our cocktail hour up in the tent overlooking the Sam Posey straightaway at 5:30 this evening. So if you have completed your necessary work in the paddock area, there's no need to hang around down there. Come up and join us for the Three Dog Garage cocktail party starting at 5:30, and then we will follow that up with our evening presentation beginning a little bit after 6 o'clock. So come up and join. So we invite our competitors to come up and join us for the Three Dog Garage sponsored cocktail party beginning at 5:30 p.m. this afternoon in the white tent overlooking the Sam Posey straightaway here at Lime Rock Park. Peter Tonelli getting the number 88 Dodge Viper rolling along, now moves into the number 2 position. Best lap of 58.144, still a bit behind Steve Katz, who leads the way in the number 113 Porsche at 56.644. Kermit Upton, third quickest, 58.577. Fourth to Peter Cunningham in the number 42 at 58.655. And rounding out the top 5, the Audi A4 for Chip Hare, number 1, at 58.849. Kermit Upton bringing the Mountain Autosport BMW on the pit lane for some attention from his crew, as the real-time Acura rejoins the practice session. Just about halfway through this 20-minute practice session, second and final practice opportunity for the World Challenge style cars. We would like to extend our thanks to the folks from Toyo Tires who were instrumental in helping us get together these World Challenge cars. Toyo, for many years, the official tire supplier for the World Challenge Series, and now becoming one of our partners for the 2024 season here at Lime Rock Park. Peter Tonelli with the number 7 Toyota on the pit road. I think one of the cars we skipped over was a late entry. That is another of the real-time Acuras. This is the 2005 Acura Integra, the silver and red number 142. The driver is Scott Kruger. Kruger currently shown just outside of the top 10 with a best lap of 1 minute 4.496. Looks like the Tonellis have swapped cars here. We had Peter A.J. Tonelli in the Viper in the earlier session. He has now moved into the number 7 Toyota Supra. And Peter Tonelli II is in the number 88 Dodge Viper, currently shown second in the rundown. Behind Steve Katz, the Brazilian-based Porsche GT3 Cup car, still leading the way in terms of fast times in the session. The number 113 with a best lap of 56.644. Peter Tonelli II in the Dodge Viper, number 88, second quickest, 57.702. The Mountain Autosport BMW for Kermit Upton, third in the rundown. That's the number 26 at 58.577. Peter Cunningham in the 2004 Acura TSX, the real-time racing entry, currently fourth quickest, 58.655. And the 2007 Audi A4 for Chip Hare, number 1, rounding out the top 5 at 58.849. Chip Hare in the number 1 Audi right now on pit road. Getting a good look at the Speed Vision World Challenge window stripe that adorns the car, reminding us of the days when the Speed Vision channel was the sponsor of the World Challenge Series, including for its visits here at Lime Rock Park. Kermit Upton back in on pit lane, had just come in for some attention from the crew, now back on pit road with the number 26. As they continue to make adjustments on that car. Number 1 Audi for Chip Hare headed back to the paddock area. Interesting trio going through turn number 1. The BMW M3 from the Belgian Touring Car Championship. That is Christian Berzens. Ray Zissa in the Chevrolet Corvette, the number 4, one of the early World Challenge specification cars. And the third car in that group was one of our Porsches. That was the Chris Turner number 29. Peter Cunningham taking this session very seriously, in with a consultation and some adjustments from the real-time racing crew along pit road as they get ready to send him back into action in search of a bit more speed. Currently 4th in the standings in terms of practice times from this session. Into the final couple of laps here for this practice group. Looks as though Steve Katz will hang on to that number 1 position down in the 56-second range with the number 113 Porsche. Peter Tonelli in the number 88 Dodge Viper 2nd. Kermit Upton in the number 26 BMW 3rd. Peter Cunningham shown 4th right now in the number 42 Real-Time Racing Acura TSX. That's number 42. Chip Hare, who has just taken the Audi back to the paddock area, is 5th in the rundown in car number 1. 6th to Travis Washay, number 30, at 59.912. That's the 2015 Volkswagen Golf GTI. Ray Zissa in the number 4, 1990 Corvette is 7th. 8th to Peter Tonelli in the Toyota Supra, number 7. Chris Turner in the Porsche number 29 is 9th, and Zephyr Belsky in another of our Acuras. This the 1995 Acura Integra number 517 rounds out the top 10. Checkered flag is the signal. That's going to bring our World Challenge group to its conclusion for the day. I'm going to hand things over to my partner, Craig Robertson, to take us through the final 2 sessions. We want to thank all of you for joining us today, whether it has been here at Lime Rock Park or on our live stream feed. We will be back with you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. But remember, 2 more sessions to go for this afternoon. We have the sports racers and formula cars coming up next, and then big bore production cars to round out today's activities here at Lime Rock Park. So, Craig, over to you.
Thank you, Greg. Coming up, it will be group number 8, the Wings, Slicks, and Formula Fords. Running down our field, Michael Teradash in a 1984 Taiga. That's car number 1. Also number 1, Alan Tossler, 1977 Crossley 32F. Bob Mittman, dark blue Lola Sports 2000, car number 2. Matthew Christ, a 1972 GRD 372, car number 3. Tom Grudovich, Chevron B21, car number 5. John Hearn, 1977 Ford Hawk, Formula Ford, car number 7. Sivan Dior, a 1969 Lexus Mark 15, car number 8. Car number 10 is Glenn Taylor, not in his usual PRS Formula Ford, but in a 1971 Ensign Formula Ford, Formula 3. Car number 11, Nick Fonte, 1988 Lola T88. Car number 13, Frank Delecchio in the Van Diemen RF81. Then Gary Rutherford in car number 15. That's a 1981 Van Diemen as well. Joe Bozzetta, 1971 Chevron B19, car number 16. Then car number 17, a 1981 Van Diemen for Jim McNichol. Next, car number 25, Tony Carpenzano's Renard, Formula Atlantic. Then Mitch Eitel's Chevron B31, car number 33. Chris Fan in the number 39 Van Diemen Formula Ford 2000. Clint Chichester, Rolt 41, C Sports Racing Mazda Downing Atlanta Peach Day, car number 41. Car number 42, the Chevron B16 of Kurt Uzbey. Then car number 52, Todd Sharon. This is a blue and silver Mazda Formula. Car number 69, a March 75B for Gordon Mendenica. That's the former Gilles Villeneuve ski rule car. Number 72, Tony Delane in a 1972 Chevron B21. Rick Bell, our local favorite, 1978 Renault RT1, car number 78. And rounding out the field, David Porter, 1975 Toy Sports 2000, car number 205. Field headed out onto the track for their final practice session. Reminder, tomorrow's schedule will include racing in the morning and then the second race for each of the groups in the afternoon. Take a couple of laps for the drivers to get heat into the tires. The times start to come down. This will be our fastest race group for the weekend. Typically times in the mid to lower 50-second rank. Now, just to fill you in on some of the cars out there, one of the drivers who isn't out there, who was out there this morning, is Frank Delecchio, and he's got somebody else in the car right now.
Well, you know, we've been mentoring Jordan Mayer now for about 4 years, and 33 years old. Took him to driver's school. I taught him how to shift the car. He didn't know how to shift a standard shift transmission. Now the student has become the master. about 2 seconds a lap faster.
Thank you, Frank. Yes, I suppose this day and age, shifting cars and things is not something that some younger person growing up is going to really deal with. Time to finally come down on David Porter, as it was this morning, fastest car out there in the Toy Sports 2000. Current time at 58.154. Right behind him, Rick Bell in the Rolt RT1 Formula Atlantic at 59.690. Then Tony Carpenzano's Formula 59.706. Todd Sharon gets the Mazda Formula Mazda ahead of him, but things are still around a lot. Porter's in the 55s, then Bell in the 56s, as well as Ben Fonte in the 58s. 59s, Kurt Stay and Glenn Taylor. At a 56.061. Nick Fonte right behind him at 56.1. Carpenzano at 56.869. And Todd Sharon in the Formula Mazda at 58.462. Big Titel getting the Chevron B31. Chris Fagan. 2000 on the top at 53.792, ahead of Tony Deland at 55.511, then Porter at 55.528, and Bell at 56.061. And rounding out the top five, Nick Fonte in the Lola T88 at 56. Change to the front as David Porter gets his times down to 53s as well now, 53.986, and chasing Chris Fagan, who's at 55.245, and Rick Bell 55.355. Let's look back at some of the formulas. Vecchio's car now is second in Formula Fords. He's at 1 minute 29.28. Jim McNichol got down to see where they can pick up some time. Chris Fagan loses time a little bit, 3.752, a little over 2/10 of a second ahead of David Porter. Ninth spot at a 57.333. No change amongst the Formula Ford cars yet. It's Mittman, Mayer, and then Johnny Nunez and Royale in 16th position. Some cars headed into the pits to make slight adjustments before they does improve his time down to a 55.227 to hold on to third spot. Rick Bell, 55.355. Time now 55.494. Car 01 Formula Ford, Alan Tossler. If you've been here to previous historics, you may remember he was driving MG Midget. So doing quite well, would be sitting fourth in Formula Ford right now behind Midget and Mayer. Chris Fan down into the 52s now, drops it to 52.338. 961 loses ground to Fan. Tony Carpenzano jumps up into third with a 54.831. Nick Fonte 55.27. Rick Bell 55.355. The other cars improving this last time was Bay in the 42 Chevron B16 at a 56.501 to take over 7th spot. Racer toy, 1975. Where's the Warsteiner gold and black livery? So far, Porter with the most laps in at 12 laps compared to 11. Top 5 still Chris Fan, David Porter, Fonte, and Tony Delane. Carpenter improves to 53.272, loses second spot to Carpenzano. For the rest of the weekend, there will be 4 more races for each group. Race 1 in the morning, race 2 in the afternoon, both on Saturday and on Monday, with the feature race in the middle of the day being the Toyo Tires Turn of the Century World Challenge race, our featured group. Session checkered. That concludes the final practice session for our Wing Slicks and Formula Ford group. Next out will be our big bore and fast production cars. Black flag all, cars are lining up, but questionable as to whether we can clear the track in time to have any more laps. Well, cars back out to see if they can improve their times. They're going to take at least one lap to get up to speed, get some heat back in the tires that they've lost. We'll have to see just how many laps they can get in, but I doubt it will be more than 3. Because this first one's going to be kind of slow. to be watching the starter now. Starter has a checker in his hand. It's only a question of how many laps they're going to get before he completes the session. Cars have gotten their first lap. Tires are up. They've got to really push if they're going to get a better time. Starter with a checker in his hand, waiting to wave it. So this is going to be this lap is it. If they're going to get a better time, it has to be now. Checker is out. Todd Sharon improved his time on his first lap at 56.916, but can't improve on the second. Nobody in the top 10 right now has improved their time so far. Let's see. A couple of the Formula Fords improved their time. Alan Tossler improving to a 61.670 and John Hearn at 61.634, but still maintaining their same relative positions to the other Formula Fords. Jim McNichol still the fastest with Jordan Maris in second, who did improve his time. He cut it down to a minute .121, about 0.2 of a second, less than 0.2 of a second behind McNichol for the fastest Formula Ford. Running down our finishing, Chris Fan has the fastest time. Tony Carpenzano in second, David Porter in third, Nick Fonte in fourth, Tony Deland in fifth, Rick Bell finishes sixth, Kurt Uzbey in seventh, Mitch Eitel in eighth, Todd Sharon in ninth, and Glenn Taylor in the Formula 3 ensign rounds out the top 10. That will bring us to the final session of the day for the big bore and fast production cars, group number 9. Car number 6, Chuck Lamp in a 1968 Chevrolet Camaro. Car number 11, Jim Glass, 1965 Chevrolet Corvette. Mark Larson, number 12, a 1969 Ford Mustang Boss 302. Number 13, Paul Harrington in a 1975 Chevrolet Monza. He had some problems in the first session. Hopefully he can get a full session in. Car number 21, 1970 Chevrolet Corvette, the driver George Ladyman. Martin Hanshey, 1974 Datsun 280Z, car number 22. Tez Squire, 1971 Datsun 240Z, car number 25. Mark Carluzzi, 1973 Datsun 240Z. Then Alan Levy in the 1986 Porsche 944 Turbo, car number 29. Martin Hosek, 1978 Chevrolet Corvette, ran both IMSA and Trans Am. Don Jacobs, 1972 Porsche 914-6, car number 51. Jack Bush in the Donovan Jaguar XKE, car number 61. Then John Oglin, the other Donovan Jaguar, car number 62. Greg Mendel from across the street in 1965 Ford Mustang, car number 77. Michael Gershon, 1989 Martini Porsche 944, car number 87. Damon Jaz in the 1986 Porsche 930, car number 92, Peter Borman. 1973 Ford, car number 93. Car number 113, Porsche 960 for Super Cup driver John Coster. Mark Stilson, 1973 Datsun 240Z, car number 222. Fred Maloney in the 1974 Datsun 260Z, car number 260. Joe Viola in the orange Datsun 240Z, car number 262. Jim Scott, 1973 Porsche 911, car number 755. And rounding out the field, the bright yellow Porsche 911, car number 911 for Lou Giorio. And that's your field for group number 9, the final practice session of the day. Down Mark Hosek's Chevy Corvette down to a 59 point. Mario 102.624. Then Peter Borman's 43 105.895. The times of second in his Datsun 240Z at a 1:05.92. Lou Yorio at 101.167. Then John Ogle in the first of the Donovan Jaguars at 101.167. Jack Bush now jumps another Donovan Jaguar up into second at 1 minute. 0.2 of a second behind Hosek and about 0.4 of a second ahead of Viola. Jaguar in fifth, Don Jacobs in the Porsche 914-6 at sixth, Jim Glass in the Chevrolet, Michael Gershon in the Martini Porsche 944 eighth, Martin Easy in ninth, and Damon Joss in the Porsche 930 rounds out our top 10. His time now jumps up in the third spot ahead of Viola with a 1:05.50, about 0.4 of a second behind Bush. Michael Gershon turns in a 63.04. Mark Stilson right behind him at 63.389 in ninth. Joe Viola jumps up the top spot now over Martin Hosek at a 50.79, and Hosek answers it. With a 58.512. Now 0.8 of a second in Viola. So Viola holds the flag for about 15 seconds. Jack Bush in third at 59.968. Then Lou 0.550. John Ogle a minute 2.3. Jim Glass at 102.916, and Michael Gershon at 103.042. Mark Stilson, top 10. Mark Anshin and Datsun 280Z at 103.484. Mark Stilson makes a big improvement, now jumps up in the fifth spot with a 102.327. Lou Yorio improves to a minute .396. Jack Bush at 59.478. Joe Viola at 59.379. John Ogle jumps back up into fifth spot ahead of Mark Stilson with a 101.767. Martin Hosick. Just holds on to sixth position. Wilson comes ahead of John Ogle now with 389 to take over fifth spot. Meanwhile, Damon Joss get up into 10th spot with a 103.447. Jim Glass goes from 8th to 7th by turning a 102.462. Now only 5/100ths of a second. Martin Hosick. Some cars deciding they've turned the best they can do, going back into the paddock to park for the day. Last one to go in, the car in second, currently in second, the 262 of Joe Viola. Martin Hosick's 39 is leading, then Jack Bush in third, Lou Yorio in the 611. In fourth, Mark Stilson in fifth in the 222. John Ogle in sixth in the Jaguar XKE. Then Jim Glass's Chevrolet Corvette, car number 11 in seventh. John Jacobs in eighth. Michael Burton in ninth. And rounding out the Josh for Porsche 930. No better times in the last couple of laps. Starter with a checker in his hand. Michael Gershon improves his time to a 102.966, but doesn't really change position. Likewise, Damon Joss, a 103.094. They currently hold 9th and 10th position. Michael Gershon improves again to a 102.711. Grabbing the 8th position. Dario improves his time to a 1 minute flat, .083, but not enough to gain. The position remains in 4th. The checker is out. The session is over. Our last session for today. A reminder, races start tomorrow at 9 o'clock.